I hit the button and music. There we go. Okay, Tim's here with me. Got the whole Thursday pre-show going on.
Yeah, why do you even have a countdown nowadays?
For consistency. It also gives me time to do the tweets and stuff. So I mean, like, it's okay if I'm just chatting here because I'm doing like the tweets and the and the Discord and all that. But I do need time to do all that. So I gotta wait. First I have to make sure that I'm monitoring the dashboard to make sure that the stream's actually coming through on all fronts, which it is not quite yet. The Odyssey one's not showing up
So
yet.
what you're trying to say is you're trying to get the bathtub filled, right?
I'm trying to get what?
The bathtub filled for the bathtub stream.
Oh, the bathtub. Yeah, no, not quite.
It's a Twitch stream, right?
Yeah, Odyssey's not working for some reason. Oh no.
I mean, that's what you do on Twitch.
Yeah, just take a bath with my laptop that wouldn't be able to run the stream.
And then you game dev at the same time, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Look, I do like baths. But I don't like being on camera. Wait, so what the fuck's going on with Odyssey now? Hold on. Let me load up my dashboard here. Okay. I do have... Oh. It never, like, confirmed the stream entry. Hold on.
And then you can be like, today on Game Dev Scrubs, we'll be scrubbing.
Yeah, today in Game Dev Scrubs, I'm scrubbing my balls. You ready? Let's go. Oh, wait, can I say that? Or is that a violation of whatever?
Reset.
yeah, sorry, hold on. We're turning it off back on again. Let's see, we got 50 seconds, but I'm trying to get Odyssey going here. I'm waiting for it to confirm. So I unless I used like the wrong address for it, but you have to because it's blockchain stuff, right? So you've got to like send a request, and you got to wait like a minute or two before it actually confirms on the system, and then you're good to go. And I did that like an hour before stream almost, or half hour, 40 minutes or whatever, but it like hadn't finished like confirming, so I don't know. I'm just gonna hold that on the side, and then we'll just kind of continue and see what happens here. So here it goes. 3, 2, 1, 0. Welcome back, fellow scrubs, for the real intro. I don't know. We're working on Treasure Mansion game today. Tim's here. We got everything. Let me hit the button. There we go. Cool. We're working on moving platforms today. We'll see if we can actually get it to work at all. It'd be really nice. Let's refresh Odyssey. We got Odyssey? I don't know. It just says confirming. Let me try to actually go live on it again. Click! Click, click, clickety, clickety, clicky clack. Here. Okay, it's working now. Well, I mean, the button is working. I don't know about the screen. Sending data! Let's see what happens. Alright, I'll keep that on the side. I do not have my spot on. That's what I... Here we go. Boink. Alright, now you can see my mouse cursor. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Get my microphone out of the way of chat, and we'll be all set here. Alright, moving platforms. I made a little moving platform because I had a dream about the mansion game, and the moving platform looked like this, so I drew what I saw in the dream. And it was kind of cool. So, it looks kind of like a thin platform, right? I did. I dreamt about the game, which is not necessarily unusual. Wait, safe live 52 minutes ago? How was I live 52 minutes ago?
No, I just restalled Activate a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it says unable to connect. Let me...
Oh, this guy's stream again, huh?
Yeah, well, it's on the Odyssey is having the problem. Let me redo the configuration. Let me edit. I'll delete that information, put the new information in, save. Okay. Start. Yeah, perfect. The boss music battle came up because I'm fighting the stream. What do we got? Are we going? Oh, good. I think it worked. Are we here? Boss music. Oh, cool. I'm hearing myself through the thing. Okay, thank God. All right. Welcome everybody on Odyssey. Now that I have fixed the stream and everybody's here, let's go.
You know, if I actually listen to the stream to enjoy the music, I get real crazy just trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say you'll be hearing double me, and you'll be hearing yourself too, and it'd be really weird.
So at some point, I can't distinguish the past you from the present you. It's very weird.
Moving platforms. The bane of existence of platformers with shitty jump physics. Hey, I'll try to have good jump physics. I'll try real hard.
The funny thing is, when I link these the VODs to Sophie and she checks on parts of it, and I'm actually actively talking to her, she gets confused on which one's me.
I could potentially pump the music through Discord so that you could hear it. The problem with that is...
Nah, I'll be going crazy.
Right, well, not only that, it would be kind of a nightmare that way, but also the fact that Discord will consider a voice, right? And so it will try to clean the audio up, trying to find a voice. So it's gonna maul the shit out of the music, just trying to like figure out what a human voice is and send that, and it's just
you could, but then you have to put all these things off, basically.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's actually possible to stream the music through clean.
Yeah.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, either way, it's a pain in the ass, and I'm not doing it. So.
Or you treat it like a screen share.
Yeah, you could do that. But then that's gonna tax the CPU too much. But, anyway, that's all right. So, yeah, I had a dream about a platform that looked like this, and so I drew it. It didn't have the little design on it though. I just remember the shape at the top of it, and then I drew the little design on it. Hey, DTC, what's up? I gotta see this. I left my moving platform issue alone for a bit. Oh yeah. Well, we're doing exploratory surgery today, so programming version of exploratory surgery. So this probably is going to be a wild ride. we'll see how it works.
Before we get there, though, Mark, why don't you show the amazing point walker in action?
Oh, yeah. So,
or the amazing 20 point walkers in action.
Yeah, we fixed this thing up real good. So this thing is working smooth now. Like it's really, we fixed a whole bunch of bugs. I mean, we could crank the speed up, and this shit does not miss. So
yeah, what was it? You had like an angling error in the code. Yeah.
So what was happening was when it was moving along a surface here, I have to increase the skin width to really show this. So let me do that. I'll do it 0.01 and I'll put the minimum or 0.2. 0.1 and 0.2. So what was happening? Let's get him over here. Whoa, he's going fast. Okay. What was happening here? You see the direction here is pointing, over here. The issue I was having was that if it wasn't quite on the line, if it was somewhere here in the skin width, which was normal, that's normal behavior. Yeah, actually, like right here, when it hits here, and now the position is inside the skin width, right here, exactly here. Now it changed direction because it hit the wall, and it's like, oh shit, I gotta change direction. These direction rays were pointing toward, they were taking the direction from the skin width exactly. So they were actually pointing to the right a little bit. And what this should be doing is pointing to the end of the line, but instead they were taking the direction directly from the blue line, and it was slightly off.
They were staying parallel to the line when they should be moving to the point.
Right. he should be pointing at the point, which is a slightly different angle because he's not quite on the line.
Slightly.
But he was using the direction verbatim from the line, and then it was like kind of pushing him slightly to the right, and then he would sometimes see the collider when he wasn't supposed to. And yeah.
The problem with that was if that happens, was the raycasting going in the right direction? But it basically meant that at certain moments in time, it could push it inside of a collider.
Yeah, under the right circumstances, it could just kind of floating point error itself into a collider, and that's bad.
What was happening in the biggest singularity, we think, right?
Yes, yeah. When we had the overlapping triangles, it was detecting it at the wrong angle, and it was freaking out. But here we can push it. We can push it to the limit.
And since then, you fixed the
What, 14, 15?
That's nutty, man.
1500.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Zoom,
is
baby.
He actually going inside of?
No.
Oh, the skin width's so big. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the skin width is really large here to show it. But no, and then I added
what the hell, man?
I added the steps here so you can see each and every step and they're numbered.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, he's just going like 1 billion miles an hour, just flying. So like he's navigating.
You got a question?
Let's see. That tracker is for the path of the moving platform. Oh, this is just for him moving. This is a moving character. We're not at the platform yet. This is just him navigating
the way
the
this
geometry.
system works, that everything will follow these kind of paths.
Yes.
Every impact, if you make a collision, it should be following the path of these colliders. Or stop.
Like you see, he probably hit this here. He hit this inside, and now he's moving toward this point, move toward this point, move toward this one, and he's just going to follow that kind of systematic navigation throughout the whole trip.
Yeah, so we've tried this before, where we had like a very complex collider, and we impacted, and we could just slide across those spots. Fine. And also, when we're going toward a player controller, we're going to divide different angles up in this is a wall, this is a floor, this is a ceiling. So now we have a free-form slope system where every slope can be interpreted as one of those categories.
Right.
So yeah, we don't have to restrict ourselves to a square grid like this. We have every potential slope covered.
Exactly. It should be able to navigate anything, period.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of goal. We want something that can be used and reused, throughout different kind of games. So maybe the mansion won't get too crazy and have all this freeform geometry, but it has to have slopes. And so it will naturally be included inside of this. So here I can single out too which part of the navigation process I want to look at. So I can say, oh, I want to look at, number whatever. Oh, it's overlapping right now, but I should probably move it down. But I can see, 16, 17, 18. I'm like, oh, I want to see the junction here between 29 and 30. So let's check out. I can type in 29. That's not the right one. I want 30. There we go. So we can see now that it jumped from this point to this point to get to the other line. We can see the purple is the surface we were on, and the green is the surface we grafted to during this move. So all this data is getting, pumped out in this like 5 billion move sequence here. So we got mega debug going on here.
Part of the reason behind this as well is we basically concluded that uni physics were not good enough for what we want, right?
Yeah. We had to make our own with blackjack and hookers, and here we are.
Yeah. Because if you look up any sort of tutorial for platforming in Unity, you will get the advice use the Unity physics, but using physics for a platformer is a fool's errand.
Yeah, and that's what I told him, because DTC messaged me on Twitter, and he's like, yeah, I've been looking up this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean, you can try it. and you know, see what you like about it. But here are the things that you're probably going to run into that you're not going to like about it. And so we kind of went over that briefly.
The way Unity physics works here is that nothing can intrude on anything. So you just have shapes that kind of stay away from each other. It looks good for that purpose, but if you start analyzing how a retro platform works, that's not what happens.
Right.
And also, in terms of the feel of a retro platformer, you want a tight platformer. You want responsive controls, proper gravity, proper jump arcs. And if you start doing that with Unity physics, you have to like, okay, what's the mass of my character? What's the current gravity of the world? And you just get this weird floaty feel. Unless you start going through all sort of hoops to fix the regular response that Unity wants out of you.
Exactly. So here, if we have
and none
the
of that quite covers the load.
Oh, that's the wrong tool. So if you have the line here, what Tim was saying about the intrusion, say you have this triangle and Ricky's sitting on this triangle. In retro games, he wants to sit like this. So say we've got, I'm gonna put his little collision box here, right? You know, something like this. Ricky in a retro game is going to sit in the center of this, but Unity physics don't allow this intrusion to take place, so it'll say, oh, you've got to sit like this. But now it looks wonky, like his feet are off the fucking ground. Like, what? Yeah. He's sitting in his tippy toes?
A lot of games will do that. Because they're like, yeah, we don't know how this works, we just give up.
Yeah, they'll just give up on it.
If you look at any properly made Mario game, from, I don't know, probably 3 even onward, to World, to New Super Mario Bros.
Yeah, even the 3D ones. Well, not 3D, but the 2.5D ones. Yeah, the Wii U one.
I think even the 3 games will do this too, where it's like, Mario doesn't stand tippy-toeing on an edge like that. Well, his center stands on an edge.
Yeah, he doesn't stand like this. He stands in the middle of the line.
Yeah.
So even the modern ones
in games. You also see this in other games. I think Metroid. You'll see this in Mega Man X. Mega Man Zero, ZX. All of them do this. And Inti still does it in their own games. Gunvolt does it. Dragon Mark III also does it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. All the Castlevanias do it.
But this gets complicated because now a part of the collider is allowed to enter the other collider.
Yeah. And boy, does Unity not like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll want to try to force them apart. The character has 2 or 1 boxes. Well, for the body cover, for the physical boundary, you have 1 box, and then typically your physical boundary and your like hitbox for taking damage are 2 different boxes. If that's what you meant by that question.
Yeah.
Typically, the physical one's a bit smaller. I drew it kind of wide here, just for example, but it's usually a little thinner.
The consequences of using this center system means that you can get way closer to like a wall without going as high as the tippy-toe version would. Like, Mark, make a platform over the triangle. Move Ricky up.
Where do you want?
Like if he hits a wall at the end of it. If he hits a wall at the end of this, you see how Ricky gets way closer to something, or it's a different position than you get than with a tippy-toe style.
You want something like this?
Yeah, sure. Just draw whatever.
Yeah. He'll get up to about here-ish.
Yeah.
And a tippy toe, he'd kind of get like here, but it looks weird.
Like he would never really. Yeah, he'd get way up, higher up. Notice that?
Yeah, he'd be way higher.
So now in a freeform system, there could be a ceiling there. You don't know where the ceiling might be, especially if you want the environment to move around. So, all of a sudden, we're now half a tile higher than we should be because of this system. All that could matter, especially if you consider where your hitboxes are.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, so the angle of the ground could determine, like, when you actually interact with ceiling. So, say we have this, right? Here's our ceiling, and, we're gonna go from, like, from here to here to here, and then we'll take Ricky. I think this is what you're trying to oh shit, I did the wrong line. Yeah. Hold on, let me move it. Wrong layer.
Yeah.
Cut and paste. And so you're saying, like, if he was on the center, he would hit kind of evenly here, but if he's on here, he's gonna hit way faster here, and like way faster here, and then it's kind of an exponential issue. But you can get much more even results.
And if your angles were much steeper, then
yeah, then you get much more even results this way. I think that's what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah. And the thing with that is, you could maybe say, okay, we're offsetting the visuals a little bit to make it look better, but now your visuals and your hitbox are nowhere near where they should be.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, so if this was like filled in ground and Ricky was looking like this, like it'd be a little strange, right? So let's see. Yeah, like, oh, why is Ricky's tiptoe like off the ground here? What is going on? So if he's at least in the middle, he has at least some consistent bit. And you might want to give him a different pose here, right? So he's standing a little thinner when he's on a slope. But at least he has some consistent, like, attachment to the ground. Because what if Ricky was even bigger? What if you've got... hey, Poton, or Ponton, sorry. I keep wanting to say, like, Proton, and I know that's wrong, and then I'm like, I say it wrong anyway. What if Ricky was even bigger, and he's, like, way off? Or even worse, you have two Rickies, or you have two characters. One's, like, a big ogre, and one's Ricky. Well, now they're not even close to looking like they're on the same line. Like, what do you do? Do you just... Yeah, you see the problem? It's the same as Proton.
The other thing is...
Oh, it is the same as Proton? Ponton. Proton.
That's Ponton.
It's the same as Proton.
The other thing is...
Okay.
The other thing is, Mark, if Ricky, tiptoeing like this, walks off the edge on the left, he'll instantly plummet.
Yeah, and see, like, if they are on the center, at least they have some kind of consistency that they're on the line.
Yeah.
Ponton. Okay. I'll try to remember that.
But see, if this tippy-toeing Ricky walks off the edge there...
Yeah, he'll just immediately fucking plummet. Yeah.
And this you'll notice, too, in actual Unity physics games. Where it's like, oh, shit, there's no leeway for jumping.
Yeah.
Just, oh, we fell off the edge, now we're falling.
Yeah, you're 1 nanometer off of the thing and you're just done.
People are like, well, this is feels very weird. Let's do a capsule collider instead. But then you slide off, and it's like, none of those are right solutions. Because if you look at an actual classic game, take Mega Man X2 for example, X will actually go down a slope, hit the edge, and then walk straight.
Yep, and he'll walk straight. So once the center point, down this bottom center point, gets to the end of the line, X will just start walking straight out, and that gives you a little bit of, like, consistency on these edges. He doesn't continue the slope, because then you'd be, like, down here by the time you get out. He stops and starts going sideways. It's pretty incredible, and it's so fast that you don't really notice it. It's just a nice little subtle
This gives you a buffer for jumping.
Yeah, so all edges act the same.
Yeah. So
no matter the
like,
angle.
oh, we slid off the edge. So now we're doing Quixote time.
A little bit, yeah.
Gonna need that.
But you can still have it. You could still have it. There are some games that do it, but
yeah, but they didn't really need it because everything at the end of a slope, for example, was a straight line.
Yeah, I don't think Mega Man has it because Mega Man's slow enough that it doesn't need it. But something like Mario would probably need it because it's just so fast, right? Yeah. Let's see. Punton asks, are you using ECS on this or Pocket Fighter EX? So ECS is the Entity Component System, which is not the normal entities and components in Unity. I know it's confusing. It's a new type of data structure. I am not, no. ECS sounds like a fucking nightmare, to be completely frank. And I don't want any more complication than I already have now. I just don't want to deal with it. There's some good talks about it, though. I know you know Ponton. But just for everybody else out there's some good talks about like ECS, especially from the Overwatch developers and how they were able to implement like replays and stuff through the ECS system. But they also talk about the challenges of using ECS and how it's a complete shift in how you think about everything. So, Tim, just to kind of briefly explain it to you, the ECS system does not work with like objects and components. So like right now we have like a player object and we've got scripts on there that run and stuff. In an ECS system, it's completely agnostic. The data, like how we now we write a component and like the component has some data fields and it has some code that runs. You can't do that in ECS. If you have a component, it is all code and no data. And if you have an entity, it is all data and no code. And so what happens is when an entity says, hey, I have to run through this component, like all of those just run through in a giant batch. And it's really efficient, but it's very impersonal and it's a bit difficult to think about, you know, when you're developing like what exactly connects to what and whatever. It's
but that's going against the beginner friendliness that is Unity.
It is, yeah, it absolutely is. You're trading
so it's very high level.
Yeah, you're trading human understandability for pure efficiency, and man, do I not want to deal with that shit.
Yeah, there's a time and a place for that.
I think so. You know, obviously when you're Blizzard and you have to make a really efficient game and get save states working really efficiently, sure. I don't think for most games that it's necessary to go that far, unless you really, really need extreme performance for some reason and you're willing to take on those headaches. Let's say, Ponton says, friend of mine who did ECS had to code his own tools to see which object was which in his own hierarchy view, basically. Yeah, that sounds about right. Since Unity has no way of using a hierarchy. Yeah, the hierarchy doesn't exist, basically, in ECS. Like, it kind of exists, but it's sort of like, it doesn't matter. The concept of a hierarchy is somewhat alien to ECS because you're not supposed to care about what object is first and what object is where, you know, in a certain order. It's just supposed to all be, it's just supposed to all just be a lump of data, and you're not supposed to care about who is on top of who and in what order.
I think that could be like combined, but you need to basically get a good understanding that what you're doing here is not what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, and now Unity has kind of flip-flopped on this too. Like, now their ECS can go between game object mode and normal mode, and they keep changing it all the time. It's not worth using because they're not even sure if it's going to change tomorrow. They don't know yet. They haven't finished it. Yeah, it's experimental, exactly. It's a good way to put it.
So the other thing is with Mario games here, and this center system, is what happens if you look at new Mario Brothers, especially the Wii one.
Yeah, we looked at that.
Rotating objects everywhere.
Yeah.
There's rotating objects and everything. And you will see Mario actually stand on the center of something and then suddenly pop out of a wall. The wall changes.
Yeah, so as the angle of the wall changes, like say we're going from here to here, or from here to here, and all of a sudden this is considered a wall. What you'll see when the angle of the wall or the surface changes, he'll just pop out to his corner. And so he interacts with the walls on the corner, but he interacts with the floors on the center point. It's pretty funny. It's pretty cool. Of course, if he gets stuck, he'll get squished and die, but...
We saw what Mario was doing, and we worked through. Okay, we have this freeform slope system. How do we do slopes?
Yeah.
Any slope is possible. So we had the idea of tracing the collider lines. Follow the collider.
Yeah, you know where the points are.
Slopes possible.
You could just say, oh, there's point A and point B. You could just say, move the center toward point B. If you're going this way, move it toward point A if you're going this way. It's like, okay, yeah, we got tools for that. Yeah. We got move toward is a literal function in Unity. You can just move toward B. Okay, cool.
So what happened in the past, we had this system. We built the system for a player. And eventually we started having to deal with collisions. Okay, so now your corner is inside of collider. Now it has to impact the wall. And it's like, oh, there's a bit of a headache. And we got through all this, and all of a sudden, things were conflicting. You're passing through walls. Stuff wasn't working like it should be. So we said, back to square one. And square one right now was retracing all the lines without adding collisions.
Yeah, that's what we got
tracing
here.
the lines perfect. Because we went ahead too fast, and we realized something is broken, and we're not sure what.
Yeah, we got too in the weeds, and it was kind of hard to debug. So we're making sure that all the tracing of the lines and the line navigation itself is solid before we move to having an actual body, an actual box move around, and try to deal with all the special cases that come with that.
One of our core problems with the first version was that when we traced the lines, we were exactly on the collider. But now you're in this range, this floating point range, where it's like, are you under? Yes, no, maybe. And the precision of the calculations were just not good enough.
Yeah, so we were on the green line here. We were actually on the line. And floating point, like you said, is just, it's not accurate enough to kind of distinguish itself. You get too close to this green line, and all of a sudden, it starts randomly detecting that you're hitting it. So we said, oh, we got to push it far away. We got to push it away from here so that, like, there's like a force field around it, right? And you're walking on the force field and not touching it.
That was part of the problem. You had to do all sort of trickery to set a Unity. Hey, we're walking exactly on this thing. We're going this direction. Please ignore us. Except now, don't ignore us anymore. And all those rules were conflicting.
Yeah.
We said, no, this doesn't work. Something's busted. Back to the drawing board. That's why we decided to do what Unity was actually doing with their own Unity physics is, hey, if you try to impact something in Unity, it will never actually reach. They will always stay a safe distance away from each other.
Yeah, if you use the Unity physics, not raycast, but if you do like a box cast where you just let the physics colliders try to touch each other, if you zoom in, you'll notice they're not actually touching. And originally we're like, that's dumb. Why would that happen? I guess there must be a reason, but why would they make it like that? That's really weird. Now we understand it's because you get too close together, the floating points are so imprecise, you might as well just be randomly detecting overlaps where you're not supposed to. So they're like, just don't let them get that close. It's floating point protection.
You're basically throwing dice at this point.
Yeah, it's just Schrodinger's hit detection at that point. Every other frame, it's going to say, oh, you hit something. Oh, you didn't. You hit. You didn't. You hit. You didn't. And the objects may not even be moving. It's just the math is too imprecise with the floating points. And, well, with decimals in general, but floating points make it worse.
This gets a little funky as well. Because right now it still can happen that you are shooting exactly at the edge of a collider, like a point, a spike point.
Yes.
And you could have aligned those coordinates perfectly so there would be a hit. But you can get a situation where going right gives you the hit, and going left misses it.
Yeah.
There's this weird bias inside of Unity. Going up might hit it, and going down might miss it, or vice versa.
Yeah, this
Even
might...
it's the exact same coordinates.
This might sound dumb, but computers are really bad at decimal math.
Yeah.
It's just no good. You can't trust it. You can't let it get that detailed. You have to keep it away from each other. Now, obviously, like, you know, I inflated the force field here so that we could see it well. But realistically, we could have it at, like, you know, 100th of a pixel and it not,
You would never see it.
screw up. Yeah. So here, I reset it to, like, what we've been working on to 0.001. Now, we said at 0.1 is a pixel, so this is 100th of a pixel in terms of, like, the retro thing. And you can zoom in pretty far. You can finally see it when you zoom in, but, you know, it's a really small margin. But even that's just enough to help you solve this problem. So, like, here, I can crank this up, like, super fast, and it will still hold up. I mean, if we have an error, you'll see it down here.
Problem starts happening at, like, the 7th decimal point in calculations or something?
Yeah, if you get past the 4th, it's considered unreliable.
Already.
Yeah, Yeah, it's really that bad, and it just gets worse from there. But yeah, here he's running 400 meters a second here in Unity units, and he's doing good. He's tracing all of this like he's doing giant navigations at every step, and this is way faster than any character is going to be moving and walking. Whether it's a Bullet or Ricky, the main character, or whatever, and it just zoom, 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 zoom. And he's holding up. He's not, no errors, no nothing. He's not bumping into anything.
Rank of the micro step count.
I think it's already.
Well, you see him slowing
it's
down.
It's 2,000. It's 2,000.
2,000? Really? Why is he slowing down?
I don't know. I can make it bigger, but I don't think so. Is he faster now? I can't tell. I don't think so. I mean,
I feel like he's slowing down somewhere. It's weird.
Well, he's only at 400 meters. I could put him at 2,000. Oh god, it's dying. it's dying trying to draw the debug. But yeah, so here I guess he's moved. Okay. He moved all the way around. Yeah, he moved in one move command. He traversed the entire thing and then some. Yeah, he's overlapped his path. It's so big.
The fact that you're moving at this speed and it's going cycle.
Yeah.
And it hasn't fucked up yet? That's great. Slow him down.
Okay.
You should be able to slow him back down. You should be able to slow down smoothly without him.
Oh yeah. I can go up and then I can come back down once Unity catches up with drawing all the debug. Uh oh. Is it freezing? It's coming down. Very slowly, but it's coming down.
Yeah.
Let's try to pull it farther.
So basically just the entire thing.
Yeah, it's really unhappy.
So we had to remake Unity physics.
Yeah, essentially.
Right, Mark?
It's coming down very slowly. We're getting there. I'm trying to pull. Oh, there we go. Whew, okay. Yeah. Up and down. Oh, and then backwards. We can do negative. Walk speed goes backwards. Positive goes forwards.
Well, you have previous renditions of this system where you had actual colliders moving about against each other. It worked.
Yes. Yep. So the thing we were working on next is we want to be able to move. One of these
so this
colliders.
point walker. Yeah. Well, the point walker is. We decided that because we needed to make sure everything was working correctly.
Yes. And now that's why we have
here
this
point walker.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
What if something moves?
Yeah. So if we move this, what's going to happen? So the idea was
with stuff.
Yeah, right? we wanted to say, oh, it moved. Well, you need to catch up to it wherever it went. Well, sort of. If I moved it up or down, it would have failed. But then see how it kind of recaught itself. That's the basic idea. We want to move it in the direction of where that collider moved to. Now there are some issues with that. What if the collider moves this way? Or here? Well, now you're inside of it, right? And so what we did is I said, oh yeah, here. Yeah, I put warnings to read it. But I detected the overlap, and then I ignored this collider to say, okay, you have to get the hell out of here. And if you can get out of here, then you can stop ignoring it, and then you can go back to seeing it again. And so it kind of sort of works, but it only works in one direction right now, which is the problem. I have to make it work in all directions. So here, if he gets on it, and I just move it down here, he's going to try to search, this way to find it, and it's not going to work. And now he's kind of broken off. But hey, at least he doesn't get stuck or confused, right? He just stops. He just kind of is oh, I'm free now. Okay, So we've got sort of a foundation here, and that's what all these extra debug messages were for. You saw it had 99 plus or 999 plus debug messages. And that's because I'm tracking now who's attached to what. who attaches and who detaches from certain objects. So we can see here that it was on the zigzag. Let's see, detached from tile grid, which is the tiles here, and attached to zigzag because it went from here and it started walking on the zigzag. And then when it got up here to the box, we see that the message said detached from the zigzag, and now it's on the overlap box 4. And now this is important because what will happen in this case is we need to know what you're on, because anything here could move, right? So if the tile map is to move, and I'll like put it here, right? If the tile map is to move, which I think it should be able to detect that. Well, we're about to find out in real time, right? If the tile map moves, it should be able to detect that, because it knows right here the last message was that it's on the tile grid. So the tile grid can then send a message to everything that's attached to it and say, yo, I moved like a unit and a half to the right, you gotta move too. And then, you know, it could potentially do that. Now it screwed up here. Oh yeah, what's it say? Microstep failed. Oh, because it was inside the thing. So, I don't know. For whatever reason, this one didn't seem to inform it properly, but... Oh, you know what it is? I know why it failed, actually. If it was... This would be tough to do. I'd have to have it, like, over here. Let's let it go. Let me free him. You are free now. Where are you? Here. Let me get him out of here. There we go. I'm gonna wait till he gets all the way back over here. And I'll explain why this didn't work. Okay. So I'm gonna put him here. And now if I move it, it should work. So I'm gonna move him this way and it should... Why did my tablet die again? Okay. Odyssey chat is back. There we go. Now, oh no, it's still broke. Wait, what happened? Wait, why didn't it? Okay, never mind. Something broke. But here, the problem was that when it moved, because his point was here, right? And then I moved it to the right. Well, now all of a sudden this was here and he was stuck in free space here. And he didn't know what to do. And the reason why it didn't work is the exclusion. Because, like, when he's over here, and I'm like, oh, if he's inside of it, right, he needs to exclude that, the thing that moved. Because he might be inside of it, right? And then he pops out, and once he pops out, the exclusion is gone. That's the problem. He popped out immediately. He wasn't actually touching it here, because he was underneath it in this gap. And then he was like, oh, okay, the exclusion is gone. The next time I bump into it, I gotta bump into it for real. And that's what happened. He was in the gap, and he bumped into it, and he's like, oh, I bumped into it. You know, he needs to make sure that whatever moved is invisible to him until he's done moving. Because if he doesn't, he's going to get stuck inside of it and it's going to freak out. That's the theory anyway. Because depending on which way you move here, say the line moves up. And then Ricky's like, oh, well, Ricky's got to move up the same distance. Yeah, but Ricky's inside the damn collider now. If he attempts to move, it's going to be like, I'm stuck. Well, you can't do that. You've got to tell Ricky, hey, for the purpose of this move, you got to pretend that this dude doesn't exist, because if you don't, you're going to detect that you're stuck in it, right? And then Ricky's got to move up. So if it moves, if this moves this way, Ricky's got to follow suit. You know, if this moves this way, oh shit, Ricky's stuck inside, but he's got to ignore it so that he can move out. Like, you kind of see how that works? He'll have to ignore what he was standing on. And that's where I was building the tracking system here. So that we know who's standing on who, And when we do make that move, we can send a message out to everybody standing on this big triangle to say, you know, you gotta move up to the left and by like this amount of distance, and make sure you don't see that triangle when you move because you're stuck inside of it right now. You know, that's kind of where we are at this point.
Mark?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you covered it yet because I was away for a moment. But what happens when the collider here starts sliding toward a wall, and you're on that point that hits the wall?
That is a good fucking question.
Shouldn't you be redirected across the line?
Yeah. Okay. So I know exactly what he's talking about. Let me draw it so they know what we're saying. So say you've got even a platform like this, right? And this one is the moving one. And you say that, let me not pick green, I'll pick blue. We've got one moving like this, right? And you're down here. And then eventually, you know, this is gonna have to move you into the wall until like you're here. So okay, we moved that far, right? Now, like, the player's like, oh, I need to move, bonk. Well, I stopped. I'm still stuck inside. What do I do? Like, hey, boss, what do I do? And you're saying that it should know enough to pop him up this way, right?
Well, up. But if you go further right now you're going backwards or over the slope.
Right. You'll have to slide up as you get closer and closer to this wall. That is a good question, and that was something I was going to ask you later, and I don't know the answer to it. Mark, what song is that? Oh, we got no music. Hold on. What song is that? It's Silence by the Quiet Team. I don't know. What are we gonna listen to? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? I don't know.
Yeah, so, Mark, you have to know enough for the character to slide up the slope. Because the slope moved, but also if something else moved us into us. Like whether the orange one is moving or the blue one, both of them can cause an effect.
It could.
And even if the blue one was on the other side of Ricky, moving to the right, Ricky might even be pushed down the slope.
Hold on.
So you need to do some complicated redirecting.
I gotta remove the moon from this playlist because I don't know, whoever on YouTube headhunts that fucking song, so I gotta make sure that's not on Disney. There. Because you mentioned, now I don't know if it's Disney or not. I really don't. But you mentioned earlier the DuckTales remake, so I pulled that one up.
Yeah, but I mean it does appear in the cartoon. So
plenty of Geese music in the background. What, can you hear him?
I don't know.
I don't hear him now, but yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The song for the moon was used in the cartoon, in the new cartoon.
Yeah, and that's when they started hitting it. To be honest, so yeah, I don't know if the showrunners or whatever company was responsible.
It feels just nutty, you know. It's like this is a free ad to watch your cartoon. When people hear, oh yeah, this song people like on YouTube is actually in the show. Go watch.
Well, I hear him now.
I hear him, yeah.
Beep 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 beep.
I came to get water.
Yeah, once you're out of line of sight, they freak the fuck out. They're like, "Oh no, mommy left us," and that's it. And they're done. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the reason that I initially got to this idea about moving the collider first and then moving its passengers is because if you have a moving platform like this, right? And I'm gonna bring Ricky down here. Say you're down here, right? And the line, the line moves up to here. Well, what happens, right? What do we do in this case? Ricky can't be put up here. You can't just teleport him up here because then now you're stuck in the collider. Well, I was thinking, well, what if you just tell Ricky to move the same amount that the platform moved? And what would happen is you would get up to here and you'd stop. And that's okay because it's a moving platform, right? You move up to this if you push the character into the ceiling, the character should not be able to move into the ceiling, and you'll just fall through the platform essentially. So it's going up, and he just bumps his head and he falls through.
Correct.
What's that?
Or the platform should stop earlier.
It could,
There's
but
a bit
I
of a
don't
shared
know.
collision system here. It's like
Maybe. I don't know how it would know enough to do that. But I think the correct behavior here is just to drop Ricky through the platform. If it's moving up and it would just hit it, and you would just fall through.
And certain things. But other platforms might need to stop
Maybe.
because you're there. But it's really what you want, kind of thing. But the
Yeah.
other thing is, why I agree with you on move the platform first is if Ricky was standing to the side of the platform, and the platform would move up until it hit the blue collider, you don't know how far to go. Unless the platform was repeated first.
Yeah, so say if the platform wants to move from here to here, and Ricky's on it. Yeah, let's run through that scenario. So, Ricky's standing on the platform, right? Now the platform's like, hey, I want to move. I want to move all the way up here, right? But you could tell Ricky to move first, and Ricky would move up here, but this platform would never have moved that far because it didn't know there was something in the way until it tried to move. So what you effectively would end up with, right? You'd end up with this stopping here, and then Ricky would go up here, and he'd be like, wait a minute.
Here's the thing. You could have, say, 20 different passengers on top of a moving object, right?
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, you could have many different objects riding that moving platform. And you'd have to backstep all those actions because, hey, actually we didn't go that far.
Yeah, you'd have to call them all back up and be like, wait, you have to go back.
Whereas, if you do it in reverse, and Ricky now hits something, it's like, oh, okay, Ricky now is accumulating backwards, and only the movement platform itself has to correct itself.
Out of the enclosure.
Right, Mark?
Well, hold on, you're all talking at once.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said they're getting big. They're trying to jump out of the enclosure because I'm walking back to them.
Yeah, they are getting big. They'll be able to hop out pretty soon, probably. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
I was saying, if you do it this way, you only have to, and Ricky is on it, and then he is impeded by something to the point where he can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
You either have Ricky fall through, or you only step back to the moving platform itself, and not everybody on it.
Yeah, and everybody will have to move back. I mean, theoretically, that's not a terrible way to do it, but I'm not sure that it fixes all the issues, though. I don't know. I think this scenario, if we go back here, this scenario is the most concerning to me. I don't know how we can fix this one. I really don't.
Well, the sliding?
Well, as the platform is moving to the right, Ricky should be sliding up the slope.
Left.
Yeah. How the hell is that supposed to work?
Triangulation. Move toward. Triangulate the velocity that's pushed left across the slope, and you should be moving the same amount left, but going diagonal.
Yeah, sure.
So,
I mean, you can
get a
say
longer
that,
distance.
but like, how do you systematically detect that and do that? You know what I mean? Like, that's visually, yeah, sure, that's what we need to do, but how the fuck do you
The only
know to do
point
that?
where there will break is the 90 degrees, because then you can't use the easy formula, I think.
In that case, you would just fall into the moving platform, and the exclusion principle would pick that up. You would exclude the platform itself, and you just fall through it. In that case,
I mean, don't mean that, but I mean, triangulation here. It's just taking the squares of everything and the square root of everything. You can't do that for a flat floor. It's just flat, right?
Well, you would never get pushed back into the collider. You wouldn't need to do that in that case.
No, I'm not talking about push back in the collider. I'm saying is that if you get pushed back on a flat floor, you just have the simple directionality. It's just that direction. Done, right? Now
Yeah, you would just stop, yeah.
say you have to move 5 units backwards. Now if you have to move 5 units back and then figure out where 5 units back, where it is on the slope going upward. So you have to do a triangulation on that to adjust the height.
How would you know how far to go? Who moves first?
Simple mathematics.
Mathematics moves
Yeah,
first.
and I know you don't like him.
Yeah. No, for real though. Like, hey, welcome on YouTube. Oh yeah, you've been here before. Yeah, what's up? Like the stream. Now that I remember, we're on YouTube, right? I have to get that.
All you really
Like
have
the
to do,
stream
Mark.
and subscribe.
All you really have to do, Mark, is respect the move toward the point, which should be simple enough, and calculate a new move distance based on the slope.
So you're saying if you get impeded for whatever reason, then all of a sudden you got a detour into this triangulation shit?
Gets nutty, I know.
I mean, I guess I kind of follow.
I mean, yeah, eventually, when you're in a situation of, oh, now everything's fuck busted, we're crushed, you either kill the player or you make it fall through, or you stop the collider movement. Like, you basically say, you know this move, we're not doing it.
I would say in almost every case you would not stop the collider from moving the platform. You would just... all the passengers will just have to deal with it however they want to. But I don't think that the collider itself should stop moving. Because then
Like I said,
you're
it
now
really
you're
depends
really
what it is.
yeah, now you're really in this like death loop of backtracking and figuring out where the hell you're supposed to be. Now that a passenger didn't like it, even though they're figuring out where they're supposed to be, I don't know. It's all.
This really depends on how much you prioritize what the object the passenger is. If it's just a player character in a regular game where you could crushed and killed, or lose health, or just fall through a platform, it's fine.
Yeah.
But if you actually have to make moving objects, like stage elements, not go through each other and slide past each other, then we're a completely different scenario.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I agree with that, because, like, if you are not solid ground or a moving platform, you are a prop, essentially. You're a character. And things like crates are still characters. They're not immutable solid ground. They're things that should be moved around or can have interactions that solid ground can't. So in that case, I would say both Ricky and the crates and enemies and all of them, they all should act kind of the same, that they are secondary. And if they need to fall through the platform, then they fall through the platform, and that's fine.
But imagine now, you're pushing a crate, and one crate hits the other crate, and now you're pushing 2 crates, and now you're pushing 3 crates. You push the entire line of crates. They can't all be overlapping at one point because, oh, we got crushed, we can't do anything. You have to stop.
I think that might be a different scenario. I
But
don't
that
know
kind
how
of thing,
that would work.
that's kind of stuff where
I see what you're saying.
you're moving
though.
a crate, you're stacking crates, you know? You're making a puzzle staircase or something like that. Then
Crates
you
don't
want
get
to
to
have
move.
a bit
Problem
more.
solved. We just don't move crates.
But in those kind of scenarios, you want to have a bit more immutability because you don't want things to drop from one to the other. You want things to be where they are.
Yes.
So it really depends on what kind of game you're making and what kind of setup you want.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I agree.
And for now, for a player character situation, it's either kill or, you know, drop them off.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what kind of vibe you want, of course, right? What is this moving platform? Is it actually better than the player?
I think.
Or is it intangible? You know?
I think
players strong enough to
stacking crates is easy because they are just attached to each other, and when one moves, they all move. It's just like Ricky standing on a moving platform. Whoever is on the bottom is the moving platform at that case, and they're all riders on top of each other stacked. However,
but say you're moving those crates up a slope and you hit a ceiling.
Well, hold on. Wait. Let me get through this.
No.
But I was gonna say when you're pushing one crate into another along the floor, that's a whole different story. on what
Let's say
to
you
do.
have 3 crates stacked on top of each other, and you're pushing it up the slope, right? And now the topmost crates hits the ceiling. You
Crate
expect from
Simulator
a logical
4.
standpoint, that you can't push any further because you hit a ceiling. It will be very annoying if your top crate suddenly falls through.
It
depends.
Yeah, it depends. It really does. I think for say if you have for whatever reason you have Ricky and he bumps into a crate and he's pushing the crate. In that case, I think we can do what we were thinking about before with the bump system. If Ricky bumps into a crate, it goes, "Hey, you hit a crate. I'm gonna send a signal to the crate and be like, hey, crate, can you move if I bump you?" And crate's like, "Yeah, I can move if you bump me." And it's like, okay, you do your movement and I'm gonna wait for you to move. And the crate bumps a microstep or whatever it does. And then Ricky is like, okay, you're done? All right, I'm gonna try to move up to you again. Oh, hey, I bumped into you. And it keeps pushing it a microstep, one microstep forward and forward until all the microsteps are done or Ricky runs out of momentum.
But that kind of system is very similar to what's happening in moving platforms. It's just everything communicated with everything to get where it needs to go.
Yeah, I mean, you could, if you want to do it microstep to microstep, you could move all the passengers first, potentially, see where they end up, and then attempt to move the ground into them. And then if the ground finds resistance, then it can figure out what it wants to do. In that case, maybe it would stop. But then that would mean that if the ground is moving here and Ricky hits this wall, the whole thing just stops. Like, we don't want that either.
Yeah, but that's what I said. It should only happen in a scenario where there's absolutely no other option. You know? Like this thing pushing upward into Ricky. Maybe Ricky would just get pushed down. But if it's a flat versus a flat down, that's an impede.
Alright, that's it. This is bullshit. No more moving platforms. We're not having them.
No, it's fine, Mark. It's
no,
fine.
I know. I'm kidding.
All I'm saying is, the way to do this right now is, say you move 5 units to the left because of the impediment.
Yeah.
You now need to triangulate what your new move distance is based on that 5 to the left. You know, the a squared plus b squared equals 6 squared. And take the square root of that. Done. And just use the move towards for the rest of it. It's a system we already have. The line riffing. Follow the line, move the correct distance.
What if he's coming down diagonal though, or up diagonal, or I don't know. I can't visualize it. I can't visualize your explanation. You might have to draw a step-by-step diagram.
Or whatever distance you're being moved, just calculate. Okay, draw an arrow going left.
Okay. Well, first we need to establish. We need to establish a few fucking things to draw this diagram. All right, hold on. We can't. This audible explanation's not working. So we have to. One, we have to have where were we and where are we now. Let's just say, let's make it simple, right? Keep it simple. We moved from here to here.
Well, that's just a stop. I mean, you just barely hit the wall.
Hold on. But Ricky was down here, right? Ricky was here, and then theoretically that means that let's see, duplicate. That means Ricky theoretically should be here, right? So now that we've kind of established what is supposed to take place, but oh no, there's a wall here. So like. Okay, we know the data that we have right now is we know we were supposed to be here. We were here. We're supposed to be here. And then at somewhere along the line, something went belly up. So my first question is...
Yeah, we know how far that is.
What is...
We know how far Ricky made to hit.
We send the command for the platform to move. What is our first step? What happens first?
First step is Ricky is told to go right.
Ricky is told to
now
go right.
All of Ricky's... No, I mean, after the platform moves, we said...
Well, this is why I'm asking, what's the first step? I need to know who goes first.
The platform moves. The platform does all its movement, does all its raycasts, and reverse raycasts, and blah blah blah.
Okay.
And it's now, okay, we moved unimpeded. Everything's
Right.
okay.
And so now we're actually here, and Ricky is inside the original collider.
Now,
'cause he hasn't
Ricky-
moved
Ricky
yet.
is told by the moving platform to go to the right.
Okay. So he attempts to move
Now-
straight to the right, just straight,
Yeah, now, yeah, straight.
and he goes.
All of
bonk.
Ricky's rays are now firing, and the reverse ray system is firing. And detects, hey, we have a collision here. I can't fully make this.
Mhm.
Yeah. Now Ricky has to complete his remaining magnitude. He has to actually get where he wants to be,
Yeah, he wants to be over
despite
here.
this impediment.
So
And now we take what's remaining and push him back to the left.
push
we
him back
actually
to the
put him-
left.
We actually put him where he is impeded inside the wall. Theoretically. Temporarily we put him in the wall.
We put him in the wall. Okay.
I'm saying not actually in frame. I'm saying in this imaginary between frame state. Yeah? In the mathematical state. Yeah? We know he would end up there. We know he needs to be pushed back a few steps. So what is now the difference between where we saw the hit
Wait,
and where we should have gone?
wait. Where?
Listen,
No, I have questions. You need to clarify.
Okay.
Because I am fucking
Okay.
lost. Okay. The collider has moved. I'm at the point. The collider has moved, and you told Ricky to move. Now, did he actually move and bump into it? And he's sitting right here physically. Ricky's object is sitting right here, right now.
well, right now, as far as I'm concerned, he hasn't moved yet.
He hasn't moved yet.
Yeah. We only know he's going to move to that direction, to that point.
Well,
the left Ricky
but he's
wants
gonna
to go
micro
to-
step. So he's gonna be making his little steps trying to get there.
Yeah, so here is your judgment call on how this will work. I'm just saying, mathematically, this is what will happen. It could be one frame, though. It could be one calculation right away. He wants to go to where the right Ricky is. Yeah? But now he notices by his rays and reverse rays and everything, hey, I was impeded maybe 3 units earlier,
Sure.
right? Yeah?
So
So
he's
now I can't
physically
be
right
where
here.
I want to be.
His face is up against the wall, but he hasn't entered because he got.
That's where
impeded.
we want to put him there, but a little higher, right?
Right. Yeah, he should be here basically.
So we're pretending now in the mathematics that he actually made the full move. Only in mathematics.
Could
He made
we
the full move. His position.
at this point? Could we just tell him to just move up?
Maybe. We'll have to see it first. My first thought is, let's just mathematically, imaginarily, move him forward. He's now in the collider.
Okay.
Just moving forward. Yeah? Now we're told we need to move 3 units backwards.
Okay.
We need to do this across the line.
Right. Yeah. We could
So
technically
we do
walk him.
a squared plus b squared equals c squared. We do the square root of that. And we find 3 units to the left is so many extra on c.
Sure.
Yeah, and now he's there.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. So we have an imaginary state where is temporarily in the collider, but we push him back so he never gets there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So he goes forward and
So-
backwards in a triangle shape.
You would say, okay, he stopped here, so we need to triangulate between this point here. I'm gonna use. I'm kind of out of color, so I'm gonna use pink. Whatever. Hope you can see it. I know it gets kind of fucky. So he's here. We want to be here, and we're like, well, the triangle. If we triangulate it, he's supposed to be up here on top of the surface. So this makes like a little mini triangle from here to here to here. And then you're saying, basically, well, we'll just kind of put them up here. So that's where the
my
map
idea was
worked out.
basically we move forward and then we move diagonally backwards. But like I said, you have the micro step system to contend with, right?
Yeah. So at this point, we would triangulate. He's supposed to end up here eventually. We only got
Now,
this far.
the question
and
is-
just kind of zip him up.
If you want to micro step this, you could maybe say, okay, we stop early and instead of calculating the diagonal, we calculate the straight one. We just move them up.
Yeah, so he would be like here, he'd stop here, and then we'd be like, he's supposed to be up here though, and then we just kind of bump him up here.
Oh,
We
could
would
do
have
both.
to,
We
we'd
could
have
either.
to make it a move too, because if there's a ceiling up here, we need to like stop.
Yeah,
And be like, uh-oh,
that's the-
Skidios.
That is the thing. Whatever you're choosing has impact on how his raycasting works.
Yeah.
Which one of the two is the more accurate one?
I don't know. This is getting really fucky really quick. I'm telling you. So here's the other problem that I have now. Now that we've gone through that and I understand what you're trying to do, what the fuck it happens when this happens? You see what I'm saying? What do you fucking, like, you move from here to here, and now, like, God, what the fuck would you even do? You'd stop here, potentially? Let's say this is a wall still, I guess. You stop here? Well, let me make another,
Oh, he would never get in there, just so you know.
well, no, let's say we actually moved that way, right? Hold on, where's the lasso tool? No, not circle. Lasso?
Oh, he can't move up, so he has to move up and left again.
Here, hold on. Let me finish the example first. So it was like over here, right? And then Ricky is here, right? Say he's down here, and this dude moves to the right. Well, he's supposed to be... He's supposed to be like here now? So, okay, Ricky moves from here to here, but he can't do that. But he also can't just stop here, because if he stops here, then now he's in the collider. So he needs to then bump up this way, but that pushes him into this collider. So what the f
That's what I said. The collider stops. Either the collider stops early, or Ricky just falls through. This is where they fall.
Oh, no, actually, I have a potential solution. Here, look at this. This is an interesting observation. If we were to say, just visually, you know, where do we want to go? We want to put him like up here or something, right? He's basically got to get pushed up to this point, right? But look what that is. That's him going as far as he can go normally, and then he's wall tracing on his top right point.
Whatever. Yeah.
Back this way. So could we say the triangulation is not just to move him like that, but to, and let me draw this to be very clear on this. The triangulation is, and I'm gonna have to move him back here to figure this out. It's where he was taking the direction from this and applying it this way. So we take the direction, we move Ricky in the direction of the thing that he hit. And it works here too, because the direction of what he hit here is straight up. I mean, I drew it a little bent, but imagine it was straight up. So we corrected him straight up. That made sense. In this case, he hit a surface of this angle. We correct him in that direction, and lo and behold, he actually makes it.
If you can figure out how long that correction is.
We would have to triangulate it with the surface that he's supposed to be standing on.
Yeah. But see, it's all doable. It's just you need to kind of figure out which formula we apply for this.
Yeah.
It's something we haven't done before, but it's like the observation here that is the other collider that you're striking is causing the redirect. It's pretty interesting.
I've taken my glasses off and I'm now rubbing my eyes. I want to die right now. This was supposed to be simple.
This is not what you have to get into yet, but you'll get there once you start hitting slopes.
No, we already have to do that. We actually do, because if a point is here and you shove this collider inside of this one, the point's like inside here. You've got to triangulate your way out.
By the way, this will get a little fucky once the other collider's shape is trying to push you into the floor.
Well, in
Points probably
this
have to be
case,
along the lines.
when you say this is here, right? There's a ceiling here too, and then you have moved. Oh shit! I drew that in the wrong layer. Hold on. Let me draw that again. So say you have also this too, right? This still works because you go from here, you bump into here, and you're like, shit. Well, I got to move this way. Oh shit! I hit a ceiling too. At this point, you have to fall through because you're just trapped completely. But there is another scenario that's also broken now, and that one is what happens if we do this and our collider is that we hit is this. Now this idea of we hit here, this triangulation doesn't work anymore because this direction is going this way.
No, you hit a wall. You hit a spike point. The spike point is follow the thing you're standing on.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explore. So because you did not hit a surface, you hit a point. So you're saying if that's the case, then
just follow the thing you're standing on.
So you would say you could just pop up.
Follow Ricky's own shape.
I think we could simplify this.
Yeah, that's Ricky's own shape. That takes priority.
So, sort of. The way I would describe it in this case is if the wall is 90 degrees or greater to the right here, then just treat it as 90 degrees. The only time that you treat it otherwise is if it's to the left here. And obviously you have to flip that on the other side. But that seems to be a fine rule, right? If it's 90 degrees...
True, but points seem to be different. Points seem to be just different than angles.
Well,
the way I see it, points are just straights.
Okay, so then if it's a point, treat it as though it was hitting a 90-degree angle.
Well, whatever Ricky's at, basically. If he's rotated, then it's different.
Right, well, from Ricky's perspective...
With respect to Ricky's gravity, yeah.
Yeah, from Ricky's perspective, that he's basically hitting a flat wall. Even though he's not here. As long as he's hitting a point, it pretends it's a flat wall, even if the collider shows it over here or over here
Mark,
or
this
whatever.
There's one thing you're forgetting.
What?
This is where the magic comes in. You don't need to worry about any of this yet, because you just got a point walker to deal with.
Yeah, I know, but we gotta plan this out ahead of time. We kind of have to, like...
all you got.
Yeah.
Right now, you just have a point walker. And that thing can't get crushed, but, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, sure, you won't hit the point, but these two scenarios over here are still very legitimate to the point.
Yeah, you can still hit the point, but I'm saying is that you don't have any other volume stuff to consider. And I think that will make it a little bit more manageable for you. Right now.
Oh, for sure, but we still have to contend with these two scenarios. Because even if, say if this moved in, obviously we don't have, like, volume, we couldn't hit that ceiling. But if this collider was down here, you could absolutely move the point in and then, like, correct it, and you're still in it.
Yeah.
And at that point, you'd have to drop through it, but...
Yeah, so, from a point walker perspective...
Okay, yeah.
From a point walker perspective, it doesn't matter, because your correction will never hit anything.
Larry says this is a simple stream for simple folk. Not anymore, baby. This is math class.
Dude, this is the reason why I'm here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Trademark.
Pretty much. You got to keep my brain on the right fucking railroad track here, because we're going all over.
I'm saying, with the point walker, the upward correction or diagonal correction doesn't really matter too much, because none of them will hit anything. Unless it's so close that it's like we're in skimmed range, now we fall through, right? Once volume gets added, that's different.
Yeah, so the scenario in where this might be a problem is where we could actually get a bump like this is if the correction is this. So, I guess pretend that this collider really ended here and that this doesn't exist, right? So this shape could move into this scenario. Now your point walker was here, and now your point walker should be here, which is inside this collider. So our thing would be like, oh, well, we're gonna triangulate where the hell you should be based on this point here. And we're gonna say, oh, you need to move, I don't fucking know. You're supposed to move up here, right? But you can't do that, so you gotta move like up this way. I guess this, pretend that this moved even farther, I guess. I didn't move it far enough. Shit.
I think in mind with volume and everything.
Like if it was this, if it moved all the way in here, right?
I think your idea following the shape of the collider that we hit, to triangulate, sounds good. It makes a lot of sense.
So you were here.
And it's something we wouldn't have figured out without thinking about volume.
Yeah. So you're here, right? And then you're supposed to be here. You can only get this far because we've just rammed right into this fucking thing. So at this point, we're like, oh, well, you have to take this trip. And actually, it's going to overlap here because you have no volume, right? You need to take this trip up to here where this intersects this on the line. And then that's now your trajectory. That's now your point. So we're moving in this direction up this way to get to that point. We could use a move towards too. But it's like, oh shit, you tried to make that correction, but uh-oh, we hit a ceiling along the way because this thing is here too. At that
now
point,
we're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, at that point, we hit this, and we're like, we just can't do anything but fall down at this point. We gotta fall through it. We got pushed
and now you have to add gravity.
Yeah. Or we could just detach from it. That's fine. I mean, either way works. At that point,
don't make the motion. Don't make the motion.
Yeah. You have to stop at this point and then disconnect from your colliders, and then you're floating, which is fine. That's okay.
Or you connect it to the wall, or you connect it to the other thing you're hitting.
Honestly and functionally, that's what will happen, because he'll just try to move right in free space again, and then he'll hit this, and he'll actually start tracing this. He'll actually start tracing this until he gets back around, and then he can trace this one again. Because remember what I was saying, while he is in a overlapped state with anything, and you're falling through, you are overlapped until you leave it. So he can move around here forever and not be impeded by this triangle because he's now fallen through it. He has to leave its perimeter to then what's the word I want? Interact with
reattach.
it. Yeah, in order to reattach.
But then you have to at least somehow figure the tech that you're in it still. Is it easy? Is it an easy detection?
Oh yeah, actually it's already coded. It's already programmed. We already have that. So all it does is it does a raycast. If you get a 0 hit on a raycast, it'll look at a list and it'll say, okay, are you on this list? We need to ignore you. If you're not on the list, now you're getting added to the list, and you don't come off until we get a full non-detection out of you. And at that point, then you get knocked out. And that's exactly what happens here, actually. So let me pull this off. I'm gonna start it here. I'll watch this. So I move, I think like 1,
we need
2.
to add a disclaimer that all of this for moving platforms is only this complicated because we're dealing with slopes. Oh
yeah, absolutely. So here, now I've moved the collider over top of it and it's overlapping. So here's what it says. Ray was inside of try, added it to the overlap list, and look, he's ignoring it. He's just going right through. Now if I take this and move it out, boom, he's no longer in the overlap list, and we might actually be able to see the overlap list. I don't remember if I made it visible or not.
It's fine. I understand the principle.
Anyway, so now that he's out of it, it has come off of the overlap list, and then he's going, and boom! Oh, look it, he found it, and he's now able to interact with it again, and now he's good.
Sounds like it's all I had.
Yep, absolutely. At least this time. So that's already in there. So this scenario, as long as we get this triangulation in, this scenario would function properly. And and you're right. He would actually start tracing these blue colliders until he's out of there, and then he'd hit this one and be like, oh, I found you again. Okay, that's cool. And then he's gonna do his thing. So he should be pretty well done there. Hey, G-Man, what's up? He said hello, Tim.
Hello, G-Man. Yeah,
oh, okay, you see it
hello,
now.
G-Man. Yeah, I need to switch to see it.
Yeah. There was a pause there. I'm like, I don't know if he was looking at chat or not. So I figured I'd mention that. How are we? Oh, we are deep in the math. We are not good right now.
You have not even gotten to math yet, but you're doing diagramming.
Yeah, I know. We were good, and then we got into math, and now we're not good.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's
but
okay.
Mark,
this is how it always starts.
For this though, for what you want to do we want to actually have some sort of gravity system right now, or
I don't think
maybe
we
a
need
detached state?
I don't think we need it right now.
Okay.
We do have a detached state, and he just moves toward his forward direction. Essentially, that is something we do have to extrapolate. Because right now the move controller is determining that, and it should not really be the one that determines that. The player controller should be the one that determines. Yeah, lots of triangles.
Right now, I was mentioning this last time, that we need a better distinction between ceilings, walls, floors, in order to tell the point walker to say only walk floors, only walk ceilings, only walk walls. And that requires a bit more, resolution on that determination, the decision.
Yes, I think at this point,
and we don't have that right now. So.
Yeah, I think it's somewhat irrelevant at this point because it's just a point walker.
And once we turn the point walker into a player, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Then we'll have to be a little more nuanced with it for sure.
Yeah. So right now. We don't need to do that, so we just keep it at 360 mode, where it's like everything is walkable. And we're gonna get some results like that, where it's like, oh, you fell through something, now we're testing the thing you beat it. It's gonna get a little unexpected, but not in a bad way. It's not going to get that player behavior right yet, but it should be interesting.
Yeah.
So right now, you could literally attach the side of an object, then do the move and see what happens. But you're going to get into a few funky situations, like what if you're on a square or a rectangular moving platform? That moving platform hits something, and now you're being pushed to the left or something. Off the glider you're on.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. So, and this might be only a volumetric thing. But, oh no, actually it wouldn't be. So let me draw that too. Just make sure if I understand what you're saying here. So we're gonna...
I'm not sure it's really possible, but...
Yeah, we're gonna pretend that it's a non-volumetric, so it's just a point, right? I think in this scenario here, we could get it. So, say your wall is here, right? It would protrude into it. And then your point is basically like right here. So then we say, oh, well, this is gonna move here. Like, whoops, okay, now what? So let's see, we'll get pink here. So you were, I don't know, like right here? And then they want to move you through the wall. That's a no-go, right? So you hit the wall. Yeah, so your platform moves first. You hit the wall, and then you stop here. And then our current code says that you need to move in the direction of whatever this is. Well, we're not overlapped, actually, so that wouldn't happen. We move and we're not overlapped because we're on the, the skin width or whatever.
Well, that's the thing right now. Instead of moving a platform like this, Mark.
Yeah.
A moving platform like this doesn't per se have to respect the boundaries of the physical world. It could just go through a wall.
It would, yeah.
Or you can't.
Oh, I see what
Sometimes
you're
it
saying.
would. Some of
Sometimes
them
it
would, but
could.
other ones might not. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could have a moving platform right through a wall, because you're saying it's going through like a despawn pipe or something
Yeah, sure.
that you can't enter.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's going straight to the wall, and the wall keeps pushing you, and eventually you hit the edge of the moving platform, and now you have to detach. Or even if it's
Yeah.
just floating right above the skin width, it still happen.
So I guess technically you're getting moved into here over and over and over, and then I guess you would just stop, because here's the difference in this case. When you get pushed this way, you're actually inside the collider. You're overlapping. But in this case, you never overlapped. You're outside on the skin width still. So if a detection happens and you're not overlapped, just stop. That's it. Just stop, because you're not getting.
I'm just saying,
screwed.
if you don't get pushed back, you stop. If the
However,
next update happens and you get pushed back, eventually you get pushed back far enough where you exit the collider.
there's a
Exit the moving
scenario.
object.
There's a scenario where this breaks still. What if? Oh god, this is a fucking nightmare. I'm gonna use a
right now
45
it'll just
degree
position
angle.
onto that object anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna use 45 degree angle to make this much easier. So what if we have this scenario, and this will be a volumetric thing just to make it easy to understand. But say we have this, right? And now, like, Ricky got moved. Ricky got moved from here, like, for right here. I'll say he's in the middle, and he got moved from here to here. Like, no, I guess it would be okay.
You'll be pushed back, and then
Well, you'll hit it, but you're not overlapping. You'll just stop, and then this thing will just kind of slide down through. I don't know if it's possible to... Well, that's assuming that it's only going 45 degrees. But what if it's actually moving to the right a little more, and you go down? Yeah, I don't know.
Matt.
You would get stuck in midair, and then you'd have to, like, come back down. I guess it's the reverse problem that you have here.
Well, the more collisions there are, the more weird it gets. But
So what would you
eventually,
do? You would hit this wall, and then you'd have to take the wall direction downward. Yes, yeah, it's just a reverse of this. Here, you hit the wall, and you got to go upward because you're overlapping. But if you hit the wall, and you are not overlapping, then you have to go downward based on this angle. That would work. Yeah, you're moving this way, you hit this, you're like, oh shit, well, I'm in air now.
Yeah,
well, let's just go straight down until we reach it.
Most of the mathematics should solve itself out. Choose the right approach.
It's literally the same approach, just in reverse. So maybe it'll work. Yeah, so if you hit a surface for any reason, then all you do is, if you're not attached, you go south. If you're attached, you go north, essentially, or whatever, based on the direction of, what you hit here.
Yeah, so what do you do on a flat floor?
And it's the same thing. So you hit on the flat floor, you hit this, sure. So let's take Ricky over here. You get pushed into it, and it's like, oh, it's up and down, so that means my direction is down, but I'm like right here, so it's fine. Then I just correct back to the floor. And in fact, this has to happen because at the point that you had moved here, you're probably detached from this during your move. You have to be, you're ignoring it. You're actually detached from it. So at this point, it's like, oh, like say even if you were like up here, for whatever reason, it moved down this way, not just straight. You hit this, and you're like, shit, I'm now detached. I don't know where I am. I have to go down until I can meet the collider again. So you calculate the distance between you and the collider, and you just move down until you hit it, and then you snap to it, now you're back on it, and that way you haven't, you didn't like, remember we were talking about last time about being disconnected from the collider for one frame will cause you to like re-land? You don't want that. So this actually forces you to come back to the collider and retain that landing status. And if for whatever reason
you get
you get what I'm saying, right?
Because you the remaining magnitude you move down.
Yeah. So once you hit this, you want to move back down, and when you're going straight, it'll be basically you hit this and you just go a skin width down because you're already there.
You could get a false state there only if the mat ended up within the skin width. Like you didn't have enough magnitude remaining to get through the whole thing.
Well, that's why once you hit this point, you change the rules. You say the magnitude, throw it out the window. Our new magnitude is from where we are to the collider, and you want to go that whole way, buddy. You gotta go all the way down.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing is complex, man.
It is sort of. I think it's complex to think about it, but now that we've laid down some ground rules, it's actually not too bad. The rule
this is only as bad because of slopes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Straights on straights, there would be no problem.
Oh yeah. Then you wouldn't have no problem. You had no problem at all. So yeah, the thing here would be okay. So if we want to condense the rules, now that we have all this established, right? We want to condense the rules. Yeah. If the moving platform moves and you bump into something. If you are overlapped, if Ricky, let me pull Ricky here. If Ricky moves here and he stops and now you're overlapped, you need to go up. You need to triangulate the distance from here to the surface and try to move up. If you get impeded again, you fall through. And you go up based on the angle of what you hit.
What if it's coming from the left, though?
What if what's coming from the left?
What if you're being thrown into this collision the other way around?
What does that mean?
Well, what if your orange triangle is actually on the right and you're moving left?
Oh, it's the same thing.
Hold up.
So in this case, you would bump here, and you would just take this angle, and you'd move up based on this angle of what you hit. So you basically kind of like line walk it. Effectively, it's functionally equivalent to line walking it, but you're not really. You're triangulating from where you are to where on the surface you have to be by the angle. Yeah, but now you have to end up
on the bottom line. You have to end up lower.
I do not know.
You still have to walk the orange.
I don't know what you're saying.
Move the entirety of that triangle set, and Ricky to the right. And then slowly impact him to the left.
Oh, okay. All right, I see what you're saying.
Pretend it's coming in reverse.
Let's draw that. So we've got this essentially right here, right? And then it's moving to the left. Let me make it a little more extreme so it's easier to diagram. So we moved all that way to the left, and you're saying that oopsie doopsie poopsie, we hit, I don't know, let's just say it's like right here, whatever, it can go through it. Now, Ricky was here, right? And let me draw our intention. So Ricky intends to move from here to here, right? Which would put, theoretically, it would put Ricky inside, and we can't do that. Okay, so we do this here, and we bump. Oh yeah, no, there's no problem here. Because remember the other rule, if you're not overlapped, you take the direction of this and go down. And then there you go, it would just snap down to here.
Okay. Okay.
And then that way he would just keep getting pushed down and down and down, because this would move out from under his feet. It would hit this, and he'd be like, oh, I gotta go down. And he'll have to keep going down and down and down. So that would work. Yeah.
And then you actually have to respect the edge system of the moving platform as well.
We'll get to that later. we'll get to that later. I don't know about that one yet.
Yeah.
Oh no, you know what? It would work. It would work because if you move down, if you fall on an edge, it just creates it just sticks you on the end.
Line, yeah.
Yeah. It'll create that fake line.
You'd have a fake line attached to the moving collider, which is funny.
Essentially, yeah, you would
So
be
it's a
attached.
focus line attached to the glider.
Yeah, to be honest, you wouldn't even need to have an actual surface to attach, because what would happen is be like, oh, you're attached. You're just hanging off of it, but you're still attached. The system still thinks you're attached. You're riding it. So it would just say, oh, your point's here. Well, you need to like move over here now or whatever, or like over here. And then you would move that way. And if you can reach that, the current code is if you can reach that point, it'll automatically reattach you. It'll say, oh, you successfully made it. Okay, you can reattach, and that's fine. And then it'll just recreate the line ref that you need to stand on. So that'll be covered too. That'll just be automatic.
Yeah. I've coded.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Well, let's step through this again. Just make sure we got this right. But it looks like it works. Yeah, you're not overlapping. You hit this, not overlapping, and go down.
Do you actually want a micro step for overlap? Is my question.
What do you mean?
Do you want that? Do you want him to be in a momentary overlap state? Or do you want it to be handled in code, in math? Or that he never actually reaches there?
What do you mean by a momentary overlap state? You talking about this here? Like this?
Do you want there to be, if you play through the micro steps, you want to be a moment when the player is in the collider? Or do you want to handle that in the mathematics so that the state never happens? How are you envisioning this?
I guess I don't understand the question.
Is there a real overlap visually shown on screen?
It depends. If he microsteps all the way this way, and he hits this in one hit, then there won't be an overlap. Oh wait, no, there won't be anyway, because this thing moves first, right? This thing moves first, so there's no overlap at all. He'll just hit this, and then he'll fall down.
Never. Well, I'm saying, at what point? I mean, that case, never. But in the other one, will there ever be a point that we visually see in the microsteps showing an overlap?
An overlap between what and what?
Ricky and whatever object he's impacting.
Why would he overlap?
Because these things are basically moving.
Well, he would just stop. He would say if this is one giant microstep, his rays would cast and they would just stop here.
Here's the thing. You either Ricky is overlap when we overlap what he was trying to hit, or he'd be overlapping the moving platform. One of these states will happen. You microcept.
Why would he overlap the moving platform? In this scenario specifically.
On this one, the other one.
Okay, that's a different story though.
That's what I'm asking in general. Do you want a microstep in which there's an overlap state, or do you want to mathematically exclude that from happening?
I do automatically exclude it currently. However, if he leaves that or he doesn't start inside of it, it will automatically detach. What I need to add is to say, for this entire move command, ignore this no matter what. Even
that's what I'm saying.
Even if you are no longer overlapped, you still are ignoring it until you're done with this entire move command.
That's what I'm saying. It's a very different mathematics involved here if we decide to use microstep and say, oh, he's temporarily inside of something.
Yeah, then he's
not. And now
we're
correcting for it.
Yeah. I would say...
But if we mathematically say, yeah, we know the answer is going to be inside of something. Right. So we don't give you the end result yet. We keep going with mathematics and now we're outside.
Right. That's what I would do. I would say, yeah, for the entirety of the move, you have to ignore the thing you were just standing on. Until you reach the point that you hit something. And at that point, you have to see, are you in it or are you out of it? And then the normal rule takes over that if you are in it, you are ignoring it. In this nanosecond that you get out of it, you are no longer ignoring it, and it becomes part of the environment again.
But you want it to be visually as a microstep. You want it to be visual as a microstep.
Yeah, you can do that as a microstep. That's probably the only way the microstep would work in that case. Because otherwise,
that's what I'm saying. You could also
you could
the
get
more
out.
Complex answer.
Yeah.
The more complex answer would be not to have a state ever exist, and just mathematically determine yes, no, and then continue with the math.
I would say you would have to move yourself to this point first, and then you need to determine what you need to do.
Okay. If that's the way you feel about it, then go ahead.
I think that
Let's
would be the
simplify the
way to
maths.
go. So you
Let's
go
simplify the
here.
math.
Yeah,
Every
you go
step.
here. You do the whole move. You do the whole micro step. And now that you're here, it'll check. Okay, are we overlapped? No. Then we need to go down. Are we not overlapped? Or if we are overlapped, I'm sorry, you do need to go up. If you're not overlapped, you need to go down. Because if you are
Because that's
overlapped, you're in this scenario.
Because the overlap state only exists if you let it microstep first, right?
Yeah, so here...
If we made a move already.
Yeah, this one moved, and then we're ignoring it now, so we're trying to move over to here. We hit it. Our microstep says, oh, we hit. Okay, well, we're overlapped with where our collider has moved, which means we need to move up. And now, hey, that's where we are. We're at the place we need to be.
That's the thing. In pure MetaMax, we can't use the we didn't overlap or we did overlap as a rule. It doesn't exist. We don't have it as a detection then.
We do have a detection. We could just do it breakcast.
No, I mean, I'm saying in purely MetaMax speaking, if we just do it in one frame, one microstep, then we need to do some complicated math to figure it out. If you want to microstep into a collider and then get out of it, sure.
Yeah, I don't think we should do that. Yeah, I think we should just microstep it. If we get interrupted, if we don't get interrupted, cool. We just reattach and we're good to go. It doesn't matter. But if we do get interrupted, then we just check: are we currently overlapped? And if we're not, just fall down. And if we are, then we fall
I'm fine with
up.
the microstep plan.
I think it's the safest way to go. And it keeps everything in the microstep system, so we don't have to get any wild subsystems going.
Until this gets weird. If it doesn't work, we have to move with the actual MetaMax behind that. But the microstep plan does sound for these multiple collisions happening. Like your redirect now hits you the ceiling, now this, and...
Yeah, and then if this case, if you hit the ceiling again, then it's like, okay, obviously you're just fucking stuck, so fall through. There's no clear, easy resolution, just have them fall through. And to be honest, that might be 99.9% of all the situations that we run into. Maybe it'll malfunction in a weird scenario, but you know what? Who gives a shit? If the level got to that weird scenario, just let them fall through and just be done with it. Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, so MetaMax speaking, we could only account for like one hit, and then it's like we need to microstep.
Yeah.
And not the hit after the redirect after the redirect after the redirect.
Yeah, exactly. So the
Which
only,
could exist.
Yeah, exactly. The only weirdness here that we have to contend with now is once we hit this here, we have to change all the microstep rules. We have to rewrite the momentum. We might even just tell it you have one microstep to make this, and if it fails, then you're just falling. Sorry. Like, roll back your position here, and then you're falling. Or you don't even have to roll it back. You just get as far as you can go, and then you're done, and you just fall down. But yeah, we'll have to, and that's why I wrote that system, right? That so I could get the point jumping to work. So when I don't know, it's kind of hard to see now because it's so small. But if you zoom in, you see these blue lines don't actually connect at this point. When we get to this point, we have to do a special rule to jump from here to here. But it has to be a microstep. So I wrote that system with knowing that we might have to do this again with other crazy stuff. And that's why I made all those special rules in that system. And I'll open that up to show that. So that it could work. We could set a configuration that says, okay, try to do it again, and if it fails, then just bomb the whole thing. Just abort. You're out. It's the. Is it loop?
Of course, this state is a lot harder to cast than the point walker, I think.
What's that?
Still, this state is a lot harder to create with a point walker, but it's possible.
Yeah, you would have to do this. You'd have to shove him into this weird ass scenario where it moves him from here. He wants to move here, but he stopped here, and he's got to move up. And you have to basically ram him into the corner, into a valley. Oh yeah, here's the overlaps are being cleared here when you prep the microstep, and then load microstep setting profile. This is what I was talking about. So if I can set a custom one to use. I can actually get I can get access to all these things. So the like action on interruption, I can roll back. I can cancel the move and say you're not moving anywhere. If you find anything, don't even move up to it. Just stop and bomb out. Or I could say the move truncated. That's our normal mode of operation. We truncate the move to whatever we hit. I can disable the surface walk from even happening, and I do that in the case of it moving. So I can say, even though you're attached to a surface, even if you are attached, don't do a surface walk, just walk in free space. Prevent attach collider change, so if you bump into something, it will not attach to that collider. Prevent step distance deduction, let's see. Oh yeah, so this is, if I'm like, look, you need to move like a whole unit, you just have to move a unit, do not deduct that from your total. Like don't try to make a half step or whatever, just ignore that and do the step as I told you to do it. And then here's the distance override. I can override the distance, I can override the direction if I want to, and that'll be very important for this movement. And then here I can force the collider to attach at the end. I can say, hey, look, I'm going to give you the collider information, and I want you, when you're done with this move, you have to attach this collider at the end. And that's how I facilitated the movement, where you move the triangle, and he'll get to the, if he can get to that point, then he'll reattach. Otherwise, he'll bomb out. You know, and that kind of stuff. So we can add more options here and just start making configuration profiles for special movements, you know, and do all that kind of stuff. So, why does this have 2 references? It says 1 reference.
So yeah, you just do it, Mark.
Yeah, just do it. Yeah, just fucking do it. Just do it. That's it. You just do it. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this code before I forget. This was my old point warp. That doesn't have anything to do with moving platforms.
Okay, it's clear to me that you seem to have an idea of how you want to do it in code.
I think so.
I think so. Do we need to do any complicated triangulation, or just the up and down rules that will work?
We do have to do triangulation to figure out how far we need to move at that point. So once we're here, right, and we hit this, we can't use our remaining momentum because we might only go halfway or whatever. We have to see how far do we need to go to get here. So essentially we need to calculate where this point is going to be, and then calculate the distance between where we are and where we need to go, and then move towards that.
But that redirect is respected by the rather, that redirect respects the collider you're hitting, or just up and down?
It will respect the angle of what you're hitting, yeah. So
that's where it's gonna get tricky a bit.
Not really. We can see what surface we impacted, and we just read the surface angle or the surface direction, and then apply it to our movement. So here's the process. We do the microstep, we hit it, we get the surface information. Oh, we got the angle of the surface. Pretend that's going this way, I guess. It's impacting the other direction. Okay, now we've got our direction. So we gotta say we're here. We got the point where we are right here. We got the point where we're supposed to be. We already know where that point is supposed to be. We have that information. So now, from the direction of where we are, and using the direction of what we hit, can we find the point intersection on the surface here?
Well, right now you hit a point, so you just need to go up.
Well, in this case, it would be up, but if the angle was steeper to the left, we would have to go to the out to the left.
But that's the thing. Any angles? I think that's what you were saying before. Any angles to the right can't go there.
Yeah, you would hit the point anyway. Then you would just go upwards. So the angle has a minimum of 90, or max or whatever. Like if you exceed it,
respect to the player.
Yeah, then it'll just go to Well, obviously, we're all talking from Ricky's perspective.
Yeah.
So, just to keep it simple, we'll leave that out of it. But assuming Ricky is just in this orientation, then yeah, he's going to have
He
to
doesn't
go
exist in
up.
a point walker, but yeah.
Yeah, then he'll just have to go up. Point Walker won't run into that because it doesn't get reverse raid. There's no volume for a reverse raid to hit. But the rule is the same all the way up to that 90 degree. If you anything to the left of the 90 degree going the other way, then you have to
because
change
you're moving
the direction.
left.
Yeah,
you're moving left, so you can ignore angle going right.
Yeah, essentially, and vice versa.
But there is an angle going down left as well. Is that one respected? Or
well, let me draw. Let me draw it. Make sure that we're all on the same page here. So if the collider was like this for whatever reason, and you go from here to here, you would bump your head here and say, oh, along this angle, we need to triangulate from where we are here up to the surface here, as if we were moving like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if the angle was going the other way, if for whatever reason, you know, let me just undo it. If for whatever reason the angle is going this way instead, it doesn't matter. We're still moving up because we hit it here. We're not going to move along this direction. That wouldn't make sense. That would push us into it. So we would just still move up. We hit that point. And that would be the rule. If we're volumetric and we hit a ray point and not a surface, then we just go up. And if we hit a surface that's completely 90 degree flat, well then the code would just push us up anyway. That would be the thing. We're moving up at the angle of 90 degrees while we're just moving straight up, and mathematically it works out either way.
Yeah. Do you know enough to do what you need to do?
Maybe. It's okay, one thing. Yeah, it's one thing to have talked this out, and it's another thing to like program it. I don't know if I have the energy to actually program it today. I think this is gonna
try and do some stuff.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say there's a couple things I can do now, for sure, and that's like one is detaching the orientation movement out of the mover and put that into the player controller instead, so that we can. The problem, like I showed before, is that not that one, this one. If I were to, it's unhappy. What? Oh, it's recompiling. Because I removed that one piece of code. If it's attached and I move it down, so I'm just gonna play it here and then pause it. Right now, if it's attached and I'm like, I'm just moving it down. If I do a micro step, you see how it just went to the right. It doesn't know enough to go down this way. What it needs to do, because the mover says if you are in free space, you go in the direction that you're facing. You cannot be directed to go any other way. And that's not what we need. In free space,
what if
we need to respect X and Y as a velocity and go that direction. Right now it's saying...
Yeah, I was going to say...
Yeah.
What if you just move the direction down so it gives gravity?
Well, no, it wouldn't be gravity. It would be you would move the distance between where you were and where you're supposed to be in that direction. So now that it's moved this way, you should be over here, right? And it should say, you got to move in this direction at this magnitude. And it's telling it to do that, but the mover's like, I can only move right, sorry. And then it just moves right instead. It just has no concept of free movement yet. And that's because I programmed it with the intention of, wherever you're facing, that's where you're going, if you're not attached to a collider. But that's not what we need. We need to be able to move in all directions when we're not attached.
Okay. Sure.
So that would be the place to start, for sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if we go to the point walker and we go to microstep here.
Yeah, Mark, you do that?
I am. Well, you're gonna bail?
I'm. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not fully bailing, but I'm more like I want to take the heads off for a while.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand it. And it is late for you there anyway. I'll be honest, I think at this point, that's the direction I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do this, then I'm gonna see how I feel, and if I don't feel up to continuing, then we can just stop there. But hey, at least we've got the recording, right? We can always look back at this to find out what the hell we were thinking at that point in time. But I think
don't
it's a
think I'm
solid
sleeping
idea.
anything soon. Yeah, I don't think I'm sleeping anytime soon because I'm massively camming up right now. But
okay.
I'm just feeling pressure of the headset.
Yeah,
so
no,
you want
that's
to take it off.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But me personally, I might be getting tired in like the next hour. So everyone
I
bail.
understand. I was saying, I'll stay on the Steam voice.
Okay.
But I'll be listening to the stream through the phone.
Yes. Okay. That makes
So
sense.
if you run into a snack, I'll be here. You can call me.
Okay.
I'll listen.
Yeah, that works. That sounds good. All right. Cool.
Or just message me in Discord.
Yeah. Either way, I'll just be going, Tim, where are you?
yeah. But if you need my attention, I'll pop back in. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That works. That works. Take your break.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
See you later.
See you.
Good luck.
Yeah. Thanks. All right. So to follow up on this, what we're gonna have to do here is we have to find where in the microstep system it is saying that you have to move freeform in the direction that you're going, and I think I know exactly where it is. Set position at free target. Have a suspicion. Yeah, here it is. The direction. Where is this direction being fed from? We're got let's see, microstep actual distance, ray direction, and then so ray's direction is set in this method. So let's go in here. Okay, this is when you're attached to a collider, and this is when you're not. Here it is, transform.right. This is what we have to change. So this is basically saying if you are not attached, you're not walking, you're not tracing a collider, you need to move to the right always. And that's not what we want. We want the velocity coming in to have its own direction. So we need to go back up. Let's put a pin in this. I'm just gonna use a breakpoint as a pin. That way I can see it on the scroll bars here. We're not actually gonna breakpoint it, but I'm just using it as like a little pin for now. We have to go back up to the micro steps processing, the whole move, right? And we need to record. Like here, we're recording distance and all this other stuff. Yeah, wait, so this move has one... Oh, here, okay. So move has to have a walk and a vertical. We have to change it. So there's walk and vertical. And then we take the magnitude of that. So let's see, what do we got here? Oh, oh man, we gotta separate some of this stuff. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to do walk. Oh man, this is gonna be a process. We're gonna do a walk distance. Let's do this one at a time. How about that? So we need a combined. If we're in free space, we need to combine our walk and our vertical into one. And the reason I call it walk is because when you walk on a surface here, you're not just moving X plus. So I don't call this X because, you know, you might be moving up and down the slope, and that's an X and Y translation, especially if you're rotated or gravity is reversed or whatever. So that's you intend to walk with that momentum, right? That's the intent. I want to walk with this momentum. Now, if you're in free space and you're walking, you're just walking straight. So it'll be kind of context sensitive in this case, right? Kind of should make sense. So here, this is the walk distance sign. We have to have a combined one. So first we have to combine them. So private vector 2 combined direction, private float combined distance, I guess, maybe. Let's think about that a minute. If we combine these two, right? We'll move this down. We'll do the combined first. So our combined direction is easy. Then we just do new vector 2, I think, and then we just do the walk and vertical. Oh, this is our velocity. So this we combine velocity because this also has velocity. This has direction and it has magnitude, meaning it has a distance and it has a direction. Then we can take the combined velocity and remove the magnitude from it. So we say normalized, and that removes the distance from it. Now it's only a direction. Because the distance is 1 when you normalize something. It always changes the distance to 1. So now we have a combined direction, and we can get a combined distance by doing our velocity. We want to strip the direction out of it, so we do the magnitude. That strips direction out and only gives us distance. So that's kind of two sides of the same coin. Normalize gives you distance with no, or it gives you direction with no distance. Magnitude gives you distance with no direction. So we stripped it out. So now we have our combined velocity. This can be used in free space. But if we're not doing if we are not doing that, then we need to do the walk distance. And we need to do it from there. So, okay, this is gonna get a little complicated, but let me think. Man, how do we want to do this? I know we've done this before. I'm trying to remember how I divvied it up. Because we're doing micro steps, we could potentially be, walking for a period of time, and then we could be free flowing or free moving. How do we manage that? Oh god. I need more coffee for this. I'll be honest, for the full design, I may have to look at what I've done before to see how I split all this up, and that's a whole research thing. For now, let's keep it simple. Let me think. Think. Brain work. Worky brain, work. We need a sign at least from this, so private. Hey, how does that work? I guess we just have a walk sign and a vertical sign. We have potentially a walk sign already. All this stuff up here, like this all has to change to shit, where? No. Go to find it. This is gonna have to rename to walk. Yeah. Walk this sign. Oh, we already have that one. Okay, we'll just remove the other one then. Yeah, instead of move, we'll say walk. The ones that are called move will be the coffee time. I got it right here. Can you hear it? I got it right here. French vanilla, baby. Let's go. Microstep intended distance. I'm gonna say walk distance. The ones that are not walk are gonna be the combined ones, and we'll probably just label them explicitly so. Microstep actual walk distance. Okay, these are for the processing the microstep itself. Oh man, this is gonna get fucky. Okay, position at beginning, position, path ID, surface, that's all good. We don't need to change that. Damn it, this one change is gonna be the end of me here. It's killing me. Alright, so here, this will be our combined. So here, this is our, if we're walking, we do this, right? If we're not walking, then we need to do combined direction. Combined direction times combined, wait, what was that? Walk distance sign. So combined distance, oh, we don't have a sign. Oh, we don't need it because we just have the direction. We don't need the sign. There is no sign because we have a velocity. We have a direction. Just don't drop it on the computer. I urge you not to. No, the computer is actually over to my right over here. I'm snapping like you can see it, like you can hear it to the right of me. Computer's over to the right, completely free from any falling liquids. It's inside the desk here. Well, it sticks out a little because it's a big computer. And then here at my desk, all the liquids can stay here, and they'll never hit the tower. So here we got our combined direction, and then the ray length. Oh god, this is gonna be terrible. I'm gonna have to change this now. This will have to be walk distance, and then float combined distance. If we're in here, we have to use that one. And if we're here, we have to use this one. Unless we override it. You can do it. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. So where's our... Man, this gets complicated. So we've got an override movement distance. Oh, you know what? Yeah. That's all the way over here. That's here. Oh, that's where this is gonna... Okay, hold on. Hold on. No, we're actually undoing this. We don't need to, because the move distance is handled in a different location. So that's okay. Move distance is handled here. So we have to know if we are attached to a collider. Oh god, this is... Oh, fuck me. Oh god, Let me think about this for a moment. I have to make a determination whether we're using walk or we're using free-flowing distance at this point. Oh man. I might just have to look up what I did before. The problem here is the distance that you want to move when you're walking, your walk intended distance, is not going to equal your combined distance. Say you're walking 3 to the right, but then you send it a vertical distance of I want to go 3 or 2 upward as well. That is a bigger distance. Do you maintain 2 pulls of distance and pull out of both? Or do you take like, you combine them and say that's my walk? Oh, we don't have to. We don't have to. If we send it a vertical distance, what does that mean? Think about that for a second. If we command it a vertical distance and a walk distance, what's our intention at that point? Think about that. If we only send the walk, our intention is to walk. If we send the vertical, what's our intention? To jump, maybe? To jump and move? What happens when we jump? We have to let go of what we're standing on in order to jump. So this could be automated. This could be completely automated. And here's what I mean. If we send it walk and vertical, what's our intention in that situation? What are we telling the object? You have to jump and you have to move forward. If vertical is not 0, you have to remove yourself from that collider before you move. Because you're jumping, you're moving somewhere else. You have to detach. If that's the case, if that's the case, no matter what, you can calculate the velocity combined. If there is 0 on the vertical, then you're just going to get the velocity of the walk movement. And if you have both, you're going to automatically use the combined one because it's the same formula. Does that make sense? So if you only send it walk, you'll just get the distance of walking because vertical will be 0 with the same calculation, with just the combined. I'll scroll up to it to kind of see here the combined distance. If vertical is 0, it'll just take the length of the walk. If walk is 0, it'll just take the length of the vertical. If both of them are not 0, it'll take the combined one automatically. This just handles all 3 situations. So what we need to do here is to track whether or not vertical was actually whether or not walk was 0 or not 0, and whether vertical was 0 or not 0. If vertical is anything but 0, we have to tell it to detach and walk into free space and continue that momentum through. If we reattach, then if we reattach at that point, then we can just let the magnitude slide around through. Let the magnitude just go. That's fine. But if we don't reattach, then we're just walking in free space. And so this combined distance works in both cases. We don't have to worry about it. We'll take the combined magnitude and just do it. It doesn't matter. Just do it. I think the only scenario where this could get a little weird is if you have a super high vertical and a very small walk, and then you were to hit, let's see, we hit this kind of slope, right? And then Ricky's falling, like his magnitude says you should go from here to here. It'll hit here and it'll like end up down here because this remaining magnitude will get redirected down this way. I don't know if that's, with the microstep system, that shouldn't be an issue because the microstep is so small, it should just kind of go like that. I guess it would still push you that way, wouldn't it? You've still got this, these microsteps to go this way. I don't know, I guess if you're only moving, a lot of times the movements are really like from here to here. If you're only moving from here to here, then you just, oh, you end up here. I don't think you'd notice that. I think the microstep kind of limits the amount of error here. Yeah, sure, maybe you're getting a little head start when you hit the ground, but I don't think that's so much of an issue. The microstep will limit the amount of error that's happening to the point you may not even notice it. You may not even feel it. So I think we can still just use a combined distance. And if it's going to be a combined distance, then we don't need to make a determination on that at all. So I'm going to undo all that. Distance sign. Okay, yeah, we just do the distance. So here, we are going to rename this back to float walk and float vertical, or whatever the hell we want to call it. Doesn't really matter too much as long as we're consistent here. We're send into vertical, and here our distance sign. We're going to rename this to walk distance sign. That's where it is gonna. That's where it is actually going to become important. We don't care about the sign when we're just moving. So let's see. Do we have a full starting distance? We do need to add private vector to velocity. I'll still call this combined velocity, just to be sure. Just be safe here. So let's do that first. Combined velocity equals new vector 2. Yeah, we have to do this anyway. Now we take the magnitude off of this, the walk and the vertical. So that's our full movement. You know, this is distance plus direction, right? And so our move full start distance, we don't need the absolute because magnitudes are always absolute. So our magnitude is now our full start distance. And our move remaining distance is now that. Now our distance sign is going to be walk sign. And here's where we're going to have to start changing some big stuff. So this is no longer here, but we will have to move this somewhere else. So let's get rid of that. If we're gonna have to go into the micro step here. If our let's see. If you attach, okay, set position at surface target. Do we have current surface? So distance. Move towards distance here. Do we have the sign somewhere here? Walk distance sign. Get surface target point. Walk distance sign. What do we have here? Okay, we gotta put it here, I think. So if the walk distance sign is 0, means we're not moving either way. So we'll return false here. I think that's where we need to go to prevent us from attempting to move anywhere. And that was here. So then where do we have any other place where this sign shows up? Right here. Well, we could not possibly have moved. We could not possibly have moved in this case. So this should be safe to leave this. I'm going to do a search on all of the references here. That was here for move ray. So this is target point. Yeah, we might have to do one here. I'm worried about just bailing out on this part. How do we tell it that there's just... that we shouldn't move in this case? I'm wondering if we need to retain the value here. Instead of doing what we just did, we need to make sure this is never 0. We need to retain the value. So here, let's do it this way. Where we set it here. New walk distance sign. If it's not equal to 0, then we set the new one. And this is going to have to default to 1. So if we ever get a point where we're not walking, but we're forced to walk for whatever reason, we're going to take whatever we last were facing. And we're going to use that. And we will not bail out of doing walks. So if for whatever reason we're told to walk, we're just going to walk in the last direction basically that we were looking at. We can never be not looking a direction, is essentially what this is saying. We have to be looking at one direction or another. So if you... I'm trying to think of a realistic scenario where this would actually happen, and I'm not really sure if there is one. For whatever reason, if your velocity gets redirected, you're in free space, and somehow your velocity gets redirected, you need to have a sign. You just have to be looking in a direction. Maybe this is like a neurotic level of detection, but I think it. No, I think it's important to have. It's possible we may infer this in some cases. Like if we like touch a ceiling while we're jumping, we may just infer the sign and then have you walk one way or another, but I'll leave that. I'll leave that for now. I'm just going to make sure that you cannot not be facing some direction. So if we ever have to fall back on this, it's going to be one of the two, +1 or -1. I think that'll be fine. Then we don't have to make all these crazy exceptions everywhere. To make, oh, is it 0? Well, if it's 0, then you have to do this or that or whatever. We don't want that. I think that would be a poor move to make. Pardon the pun, moving, right? So now that we have that, okay. Our combined, we're still using a combined velocity now. So we don't have to worry about maintaining different pools of distances. If vertical, okay, we need private pool move has vertical false. Pun not pardoned. Move has walk. Okay, these ones will be very easy. So this equals vertical is not equal to 0. And move has walk. So then walk is not equal to 0. Those are easy enough. The combined velocity for walk and vertical movements. There. Let's move these up here. I'm gonna say input. And movement has vertical, movement has walk. These are pretty self-explanatory. I think they're okay. Yeah, we'll write it down. That's fine. The current move process has a vertical, or say, had a vertical input component. I'm still not used to the different shape of this keyboard here. The current move command had a walk input component. Had a non-zero, let's say that, a non-zero walk input and vertical input component. There we go. And then if we highlight it, these little notes show up. That kind of keeps me on track. So if I'm ever looking, I'm like, what the hell is this one? And then I can see, oh, that's what that is. Okay. That really helps. So I think we're going in a good direction now. It's starting to make sense in the old noodle up there. Where's my move command? Oh, up here. Okay. Close that. Give me some real estate here. You know what? It's goose break. Come here. Yeah. 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 Hello. Oh, you're fine. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Calm down. Calm down. You're fine. There you go. You feel stable? Yeah. Well, now that you're stable, you're just quiet, huh? There you go. There's a little peep. What you doing? Hmm? Yeah? Goosey break. Hmm? Boop, boop, boop. Well, you're a week old, huh? You tell him. Say I'm a week old. You can't talk. You can peep, though. You're gonna peep? Yeah? Peep, 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 peep. Beep, 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 beep. It's just trying to go to sleep on me. Yeah? Boop, 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 boop. You just want to go to sleep, huh? Is it nighttime? Do you know it's nighttime? The lights are on. Do you think it's daytime? I don't know. It shook its head. Maybe it understands. What? Yeah? Boop, 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 boop. This is the female. Yeah? What you doing? You wanna go back? Maybe? Okay, let's go back. Come on. Oh, you're fine. Stop it. There you go. There. Goosey break. Cleanse the soul. Screw all this math. Now it's a goose stream. Yeah? Beep, 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 beep. Yeah? Beep, beep, beep. I have them right next to me all day. As soon as the nanosecond that I'm out of line of sight, they freak out. Because like, uh-oh, parents are gone, we need to panic, we need to scream so they'll come back. And I get it, it's just that's a defense mechanism that they have, right? You know what? We need a vertical sign too, don't we? We need a vertical sign. Okay, the plus or minus indicator for the walk momentum, and then for the vertical momentum. So this will be vertical distance sign, and we're going to do the exact same thing. We're not going to allow it to be 0. So int new vertical distance sign equals vertical dot sign. Again, just a plus or minus sign. So if new vertical sign is not equal to 0, then this one equals new vertical. And again, so this would never have a non-direction, essentially. Again, and also again, this might have to change based on context. So maybe if we touch a wall, maybe this has to be recalculated. But at the very least, we're not running into, you know, momentums of 0. And so our remaining distance now is still the combined. We prep our microstep and we get to the microstep. Now, because we didn't separate the distance pool, we don't have to do anything with the prep. It's just going to pull that combined distance, move distance, and that's fine. We're okay with that. So here, move ray. We did undo this when we undid everything else. And so the walk distance sign, let's see. This is when we are on a collider. Let's see. Connected to a collider, and this is not connected to a collider in free moving space. So all we're gonna do is we're gonna change this to combined velocity. Do we have a combined direction? We don't have a combined direction yet. Let me add that. Combined direction for walk and vertical input. Okay. And that is above. Okay, so combined direction is going to equal combined velocity dot normalized. That'll return a copy without a distance. It's just a direction, no distance. Oh my god, Twitch has got the follower bots back again. Oh no. Twitch, you had it. You had it. It slipped through your fingers. They're back. Back with a vengeance. It's a friggin' war of the bots. No, I don't want to be famous. I really don't. Being famous sucks. Then people want things of you. There we go. Swig of water. Swig of coffee. 1-2 punch. Let's go. Keep me hydrated. Keep me awake. Alright. Prep. Microstep. We're almost out of music. I'm gonna have to switch it up a bit. And you can't beat that vert though. You can't beat a vert playlist. Unstoppable. Okay, so we got the ray length. Let's go back here and make sure we got this right. So when we're not connected to a collider, we're moving in free space. We're gonna use our combined direction. We're gonna use our combined direction. Unless we obviously get overridden, and we don't care. Let's see. Okay, in this case, if we're connected, then we don't care. We're just going to move in the direction that we need to get to the end point. And then the length is always going to be move distance, because again, we are not dividing the walk and the vertical distances as separate things. It's all just going to be connected. I think this all makes sense. Okay. And because we set the ray direction, That should like set everything from that point forward. Because this is actually getting outputted. So we cast a ray at that direction. And then we move here, set position at free target, we are sending ray direction. So if we go in here, the direction times the distance. Yeah, and we're not using transform.right anymore. We're doing the actual transform position. I think theoretically that should fix this particular issue, but we'll see how this goes, right? So yeah, let's see what happens here. Okay, we're paused. Now this is going to move this way. We should see him go this way. But let's see. Boink. Ooh! Ooh! Does that mean... Hold on, does that mean I could just drag it around? Will it just stay? Let's wait till he gets back. Let's wait till he gets back over here. I'm gonna drag him around. I wonder if he'll stay. Oh no, he broke. Okay, wait, so, alright, what happened? Oh, you know why? Because he overlapped, right? Yeah, he overlapped. If I kept moving it outward, he might have... Maybe he would have actually worked? Let's see. I gotta slow him down. So, I'm gonna make it 2 instead of 20. Let's try this. Let's get him on. Okay. I'm gonna move him. Oh, wrong one. I'm gonna move him this way. Yep. Looks like he's following. Yeah. So theoretically, as long as I move it down, yeah, look at he's following. He's staying on. But if I move him up, that's when he gets upset about moving up. So yeah, but look at that, was great. We have at least some direction. Look at that. He's staying on. Well, let's get him to the other side. We'll see if it works the other way. Oh no! Oh, he didn't like that. I wonder why that one happened. Let's see. So if we get him on the other side, we'll pause it to do this one. Okay, and we're gonna say we're moving this way, right? Oh, that one did work. Wonder why it didn't work in real time. Oh, wait, no, he detached. How come he detached? Yeah, see, he detached. Did he perhaps not make it to that point? Maybe he didn't make it all the way to the end of the point to reattach? I really don't know what the hang up here is. Okay, you're going down here. I need to see this view all the time. I'm gonna get him to the bottom and then also move it and see what happens. So he's moving up and away. Yeah, he detached. Okay, I think I know why the other direction is working. Because what happens is he's continuing to move right. And what it does, it immediately reattaches. So yeah, see, he detached here. He actually did detach at the end of this movement. And then the next move, he reattaches because he tried to move right and he bumped into it. That's what's going on. So that makes sense. So I need to figure out a way to retain the attachment after the move has gone. And I thought it was supposed to be doing that, but apparently it doesn't. So in here. See this force attach at the end of step. Oh, at the end of step. Only when none detected during step. I think this should be for the entire. Should be for the entire movement. This only gets set once? Where does this get set? Did not impact anything. Just... Oh wait, no, this is point warp. That's different. This is point warp. Oh, and I need to rename this to just point warp. Do I have the? Okay, I don't have the. Okay, so this is not what we're doing. We're not doing the point warp. We have to do the movement. So Sky Collider, when we move, we report move. And here, we just tell it to move. We do not get it. We do not give it a specific. We don't give it any specific directive. We release it, but we never reattach it. So we don't have access to the attach collider. Okay. We need more data. So we do want to attach this at the end, assuming that nothing got, in the way, right? So let's go here and say force attach to collider, and then Sky Collider. Now we will have to implement this in our movement. So our point walker, or path walker, will have to oh, we need music. Hold on. Music time. What do we got? I'd like to play BlazBlue music, but that would get the stream just completely canned. Arxis is like super rabid about taking that shit down now. I don't know why. It's super annoying. Same thing with Guilty Gear. Any Arxis stuff, they'll just take it right down. What about this one? I haven't done this one yet. I think I wasn't done creating this whole playlist, but I think we could let it rock. Yeah, we're letting it rock. This is the Gundam fighting games. So let's see how neurotic Bandai gets. Roll the dice, baby. Let's go. Okay. If that's too loud, let me know. Should be okay. Oh! I got a hot tip. See this? I want to get the last element in this list. Hot tip. I just figured out today. A shortcut here. You put a caret in 1 and it means the last one. You put a caret in 2, it means the second to last one. You put a caret in 3, it's the third to last one. We can simplify this without worrying about it. Yeah, how about that? That's my hot tip. If you have an array or a list, caret 1 means the last entry. Or 1 from the last, which is, the last entry. Super valuable. Did I have another place for that? And that might be the only one. Inside the microstep debug data, we might have another one for that. Maybe not. I guess that's not it. Okay. I guess that's all there was. But you know why? Because we don't have multiple arrays, but when we get into multiple arrays, we'll have to have another list of array stuff. But yeah, there's your hot tip. Caret 1, last one in the list. Super useful, I think, right? Because you do that. Oh, it let me do that. I don't know what that means. I don't know what caret 0 means. Pretty sure it's 1. Caret 1's the last one on the list. So let's see. We want to, at the end, we want to force the, yeah, we want to force it. That's where we were. We were trying to implement forcing the collider to reattach, right? So I want to take all that stuff and move it up here. Then we will say attached collider equals collider, and this can just be a lambda, and lambda just means that this, people call this a lambda. I don't know why, just deal with it. It's the equals and the greater than symbol. TLDR, if you have one line of code, you can just lambda and then the line of code, and you don't need the brackets. It just makes it look cleaner. More simple. So, okay. We can force attach to collider. Now this is gonna be jank, because it's just going to assume that you made it to where you need to go, right? Actually, we could. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, wait, yeah. So let's force it. Sure, we'll force it back to itself. This collider mode, we're gonna force it back to being attached, right? But here's the thing: we know where we want to go. It's our new position. Okay, our former position, new position. That's our velocity, right? We know where we want to go. We know where we want to go. Vector 2, new target position equals our current position, whatever the hell it happens to be. What do we have access to? Do we have a get position? Probably don't. Okay, we need that too then. So vector 2, get position. Whoop, what happened here? Okay, same thing. Gotta go all the way down, pick up the new one. All the way up. Yeah, Gundam Wing Endo's dual shit is like super underrated. That game is immaculate. So rigid body 2D dot position. We're actually gonna do that one instead of transform, because this is our actual collider position at this point in time. So yeah, here we're just gonna check if we made it. This is probably a little unscientific in some ways, but yeah, just get position. And we're gonna take this and we're going to add our velocity to it. And this should be our new target position. So now when we get to the bottom, after we've moved, if new target position is equal to our new current position, and just to make this more explicit, vector 2 new current position. There you go. Now the English matches. New target position equals new current position. Baby, we are reattaching. Let's go. We're back together. We broke up, and now we're back together. Let's go. Reattach. And if we didn't make it, then that means something went foobar. We got, maybe we bumped into something along the way. Whatever happened, we didn't make it. And now we don't want to reattach because we never got to our target position. Theoretically, this should work. We should be able to see it on the debug here. We should be able to see that it unattached and reattached during that move. Because before it would only detach or unattach. So here, we're gonna move like this. Boom. Detach, it did not reattach. So that means that we did not reach our destination properly. Now this could just be floating point error, right? So here's what we're gonna do. Vector 2 dot distance. Actually, we'll do distance squared. Distance squared between those 2 points has to be less than or equal to sky physics or sky platforming skin width. Oh, I'm sorry, let's see. Physics manager skin width times itself. Because we got to square it, right? Has to be squared. Oh, I guess we could. Oh, we're already in the physics manager. Okay, so skin width times itself. There we go. So this gives us a little leeway, right? So as long as we're within a skin width's distance of where we're supposed to end up, then we're good. We're golden. That should give us protection against some floating point bullshit. So let's try it again. If we can't get an exact equal match, then we'll do it this way. Okay. Zoom out. Okay. Play. Try it again, baby. Alright. Make our move. Boom! What did we get? We detached. We did not reattach. Okay. Well, that's a bummer. We're gonna reattach in the next move, but that's not what we want. So we're moving this way, right? Yeah, let's wait till he gets to the other side. This is where the problem arises. He will not reattach if we do it this way. Because he's going to go up to here, he's going to stay detached, and he's going to start running right again. Oh, wait! He reattached! Why? Detached and reattached. How come it didn't do it the other way? Wait, so does it just work now? Oh my god, it just works. I don't know why, but it's cool. I don't know why it doesn't work that one way. Yeah? Oh, look at it! It's moving! It's moving platforms! Let's go! Oh, he fell. He fell off. What happened? Here, come back, come back, come back. Okay. Maybe because he got on the wrong surface? I don't know. It's like partially working though. I'm a little satisfied with that. He's kinda working. Let's see. Oh yeah, he kind of falls off a little bit. I'm not sure why, but it's sort of working. Sort of. I don't know. Hey, look, this is a partial victory though. I'll take it. I'll take it, man. What are those warnings popping up? What do we got warnings for? Oh, because it was overlapped. Okay. It's scary when Unity is broken and suddenly starts working. It really is, right? For sure. It's kind of working though. I'm a little excited about this. I like this. All right, now Tim's gonna pop in. He's gonna be like, "All right, now do rotations." Hell no. We're not doing that today. Yeah, he slipped off. Hey, look, partial victory though, right? Partial victory. Yeah, I'm not sure what makes him slip yet. It kind of feels like if you move this way. No, he stayed. He stayed, I think. Let's go all the way down the bottom. Yeah, he reattached. Well, I don't know if he did it on the same move though. So if we move up and go. Yeah, he detached and reattached. No, he's good. So there's something about moving like this where sometimes he doesn't. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's because he doesn't see the overlap through the entire move. We might be able to fix that, like right now. We might be able to fix that. So we need to make a new method here. Void ignore collider for entire move. We won't say next. Oh, we got a Tim? Oh no, Tim dropped. That wasn't Tim coming back, that was Tim just leaving. He dropped out of the voice call. He was just listening in at this point. He was taking a break. So, disconnected, I guess. So we're gonna ignore collider for the entire move. Right now, the way that it works is that the collider is ignored only while it's overlapped, and once it becomes unoverlapped, when you cease overlapping it, then here add overlap exclusion list. Add to overlap exclusion list. Once that you know, I could just modify this actually. Bool for entire move false. We'll do it that way. Once the overlap ends, then it can interact with it again. The exclusion disappears. So what happens? Oh, wait, hold on. I guess I'll have to finish this. What will happen now is that as soon as it stops overlapping, then it takes it out of the exclusion list. And what happened here in this case, let's move him here, get him attached, and we'll move him. Why the hell can I not move this? What is going on? Why can't I drag it? What happened? Oh, now I can. I don't know. Okay, so here's the thing. Oh, he's got to be on the other side. Hold on. Let me redo this. If we move from this point, right, and we move it here, the first microstep he's going to make, he's going to see that he's no longer overlapping with him, with the triangle. And then now the exclusion will disappear immediately on the first move. And you'll see it here. See? He hit this and went. As long as he's still inside of the triangle at the point of the move, so I'm going to do the same move again, but not all the way. So he's still inside. Notice he ignored it. But because the first step happened to be him outside and the other one, he immediately stopped ignoring it. And that's what I need. That's where I need to do this overlap list thing here. We're gonna have to do for entire move. I hear a bird. Yeah, no, it's a geese. Yeah. You hear him sounding off? Yeah. Hi. Yeah, those are the geese. We got baby geese. So overlap list for entire move. A list of colliders that are currently ignored until the end of the move command. Yeah, baby. Baby. Little baby geese. So I'm gonna say that this will get emptied at the end. So move here. Do we return at any point, or do we just break? I think we just break. So we're gonna clear this at the end, so we can load this and then do the move command. If we clear it at the front, then it will clear it immediately and it'll never work. So here, if it's for the entire move, and if it doesn't already contain collider, then we add it. Just change this to add, and it's the same thing here. Or you know what? If it already contains it, then return. Yeah, let's do it that way. And then we'll add it, and then we return anyway. Yeah, there we go. That's probably better structure here. If it already contains it, we don't worry about it. Already got it. Okay, now we have to go back to the physics manager. Release from surface. Add overlap exclusion. We're going to add the collider that is moving to the exclusion, and we're going to say true to the entire move. Then we do the move, and then at the end, we will tell it to reattach if it has gone to its destination. Now the only other thing here, not that one. I have to go back to Walker. We have to actually implement this exclusion, which is easy because we already have one here. Okay, is there another contains? There should be another contains. Here it is. I think. No, that's in the update. Okay, actually, let's check this one. When we add. It should be adding somewhere in here. Okay, we got a cast ray. Oh, I see. The reference goes to here and then it pops back out. Yeah. Okay. So the overlap list. Here we are. So if it contains that, we're doing that. So we're gonna do it from here too. So if it contains it in here, we are also ignoring this one. Oh, we need to send this through too. Damn it. Okay. Send that reference as well. And now it's gonna be mad because it doesn't have it. So, comma, overlap overlapped during and overlap entire move. Sure that overlapped during and overlap entire move. Okay. Let's see what happens. Okay, it might just work. I hope. We'll see, right? Hit the play, baby. Let's go. Okay, and then so the scenario was it had to move all the way out. Oh, what did we get? Well, it was reattached. Oh shit. Oh shit. Will it just work? Oh, well, not on that one. Only up to that one point, huh? Okay, let's see. Let's go! Oh, no, it detached. Wonder what happened. Here, let's try this. If it... We got break. Debug that break, right? Yeah. I'm gonna tell Unity to pause whenever it fails to reconnect. And maybe we'll get some debug info out of that. It's pretty hyped though. Let's go. Okay. Boom. There we go. So what happened now? It was detached. It went here. I mean, it's within a micro step, or it's within a skin width. So, I'm gonna have to print some debug here. Unity logger. Log. Just log. Do we have a log header? We do. There. Okay. Failed to reattach. After move. Or after platform move. And then we will have starting point. And that will be our... Oh, we'll make that. Vector 2 starting rider position. I'll call it rider position because they're riding on top of it, right? Ending rider position. I'll just say pause. Our new current position. And then difference. And this is going to be the distance here. So distance squared. Oh. There. So there, we just kind of extract the data here. Then we can use it in our logger. Okay, and yeah, needs to be less than or equal to, and then we'll cache this. We don't need. Float skin with squared. Needs to be less than or equal to skin with squared. And then we use skin with squared here. Looks that right? Yeah, less than or equal to. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Alright, and now when it stops, it should spit out an error message. Essentially. Wait, where the hell is my thing? Here it is. Okay, hold on, I gotta redo it. What? He's not doing it now. Oh, there we go. Okay, failed to reattach after platform move. Our position here, the distance was a lot, apparently. Fucking hell. Oh wait, no, hold on. Are we doing this wrong? New target position and new current position. Yeah. Okay, starting position. We have to do this a little differently. Ending position. Target rider position. New current. Yeah. Okay, we need to know all of this. And then the difference between the target and new. I would say ending, that's what we called it. Oh my god, we're doing such nuanced little tiny movements. This is gonna be fucking insane to figure out. Oh, there we go. Finally broke. Oh, he went farther than he needed to go. Whoopsie. That's not good. Okay. We need a new rule. Yeah, it definitely overshot it by some manner. And I think that's what's happening. I think it's getting outside of our tolerance zone. So this position here that we ended up is farther away from this point than this is from the skin width here. And we also intruded on the collider. So excluded from entire move is going to have to change its rules a little bit. Slightly. The naming is not going to be quite the same here. But this overlapped from entire move is going to have to change. Here's going to be the new rule. It can be removed from this list only if it was overlapped and had been removed from the overlap. If it exists and overlapped but it does not exist. Yeah, because this overlap, it will not be in this list initially. It'll be in here, but it won't be in here because you're not actually overlapping. You're just kind of like, you're just kind of pretending that you are. This will say, oh, just ignore it completely for the whole move, but it won't be in here until you do overlap it. And the moment that you do overlap it, it gets put into this list. So we could say then, the new rule is, once you enter this list and then get removed, then you can also get removed from this list. And that fixes you originally not being overlapped with it, but being told to ignore it. Then you actually come into contact and you overlap with it. And then at that point, it'll say, no, no, you cannot. You are not allowed to do that. You have to wait, no, that'll be an update too late though. Yeah, that won't work because here, as soon as you overlap with it, then on the next frame, not next frame, but the next update, then you'll not be able to overlap it. And it's gonna get mad at you. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't know what that should be. I really don't know. I have an idea. I think we should not do what I just suggested. I think you should be immune to the overlap for the entire move. You just don't want to do that. What we need to do instead is we need to check if it bumped into anything along the way. If it didn't bump into anything, period. Did not bump into anything, we do not, repeat, we do not do this stupid distance check. We say if you didn't bump into anything, you're good. Golden, bro. You made it. I don't care how far off you are, you made it. And we're actually going to position you in that spot. Because you cleared it. You shot all the rays, you got through. You overlapped that position. You got past it. So that means you made it, man. Good job. So we could do that. The only thing I can think is forcing one single move. But I think it would amount the same way. So here, we do actually collect move results, perhaps. Let's see what we got. There's some kind of move results here. So collider that moved, total distance moved, surface context, touching surface. We need to add something here that's like bumped into surface. So, impacted surface. Let's see, sky collider attached at beginning. So here. So this is false. if we're not connected to anything currently, then it doesn't matter if we were attached to anything at the beginning. We did not impact anything along the way. Actually, that's not true. This will not tell us what we need to know. We're just going to have to calculate this normally. So, bool impacted any surface. Let's see. Is this what we want? Is this really what we want? Let me think. Or do we just want to get whether or not we're currently impacted on a surface? Yeah. Impacted any surface. Let's just do it that way. And then, yeah. Impacted. We'll just set it right there. Impacted. Let's just name this to any. Impacted any surface. Impacted any surface. Okay, and then when this is called, we need to track this. And this should be pretty easy. All we really need to do, go to reset move properties. Let me think. Reset move properties. I think this is where we want to go. We want to add it here. Private bool impacted any surface during move. False to start, obviously. This will be true if any surface was impacted at any step of the move command. And then up here, we're going to turn it off. In fact, we'll do that at the top. And if at any point we impact a surface for any reason, we'll just turn it true. And we'll, yeah, we can just add it here, right? So, what is it? It's the last parameter, right? So we could do it like this. That's all one thing? Oh man, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do it like that. There we go. Kind of break this out so we can see all of it. That makes sense. Yeah. Then we just need to set this along the way that if anything at all impacts, we hit something, then baby, we're turning it true. That's it. That's all it is. You impacted anything. That's true, baby. And we go back. I want to make sure that move result is accessible. So here it is here, but we also need to get it here. Do we get a get move result? We do. We do. So we go back. We should see that we do get move result. Okay, we might be in business now. So we're gonna change this. We don't need to worry about positions, all this other crap. If the collider did not encounter any resistance, it made it to its destination. We're gonna have to do this. I hate that formatting. I wish I could turn it off. I probably can, I just don't know how. If the collider did not encounter any resistance, it made it to its destination and needs to be manually reattached to the moving platform. I say the moving collider. If the rider did not encounter any resistance. And the way we check that is move result. Get move result. And then if move result impacted any surface, but did not impact any surface, so not, then we just reattach it. That's it. We'll just get that, move that. There we are. And then otherwise, we'll do that. We'll print a log. I don't know if this will be. I don't know if this will be particularly useful or not. But we'll print the log and we'll break anyway. So yeah, get move results. We did not impact any surface. Get that, otherwise we complain. This is no longer used, I think. Yeah, I don't think we do anything with that anymore. So, let's see. So, theoretically... Oh, wait. There's one more thing we have to do. I'm sorry. We have to make the position actually equal to that. Oh man, this is gonna be a pain. We're gonna have to, like, get transformed now or something. Get position... You do a set position, I guess. Yeah, let's just do that. And that'll be a void. Yeah, we'll do a vector 2 input, and we'll just figure out what the z is. So this is going to complain. We need this now. Scroll down, grab the one it made. I don't know why it makes it down here. Honestly, it should kind of like notice that they're all up here. I don't know why it doesn't. So set position, this one's going to be a little more complicated. Current transform position, transform that position. We need this to get the z. So vector 3, new position equals, new transform position equals new position. Let's do it this way. New vector 3. Oh shit, what am I doing? Where am I? New vector 3. New position dot x. Oh, what was that? Weird burp. I'm sorry. I don't know if that was... I don't know if you could hear that or not. So current transform position dot z. We're kind of just stitching them together. So then transform dot position equals new transform position, but also very importantly, the rigid body 2D position also has to be updated. And if you don't update also this one, the problem will arise where your raycasts won't hit where you think they do, or the collider points won't be where you think they are, and that's bad news. So, okay, we got that. Let's see. Use this sparingly. This is a dangerous one to use. So set position. We're gonna say... Can I undo here without undoing the other? Yeah. Okay. Let me... I think, I need this new target position. Yeah, okay. So let's paste that, then we got our new target position. I had to get that code back. And we just set the new target position. This could potentially be a little dangerous, but I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be alright. Theoretically, this should work, like all the time, everywhere. But yeah, we're about to find out. Well, he just immediately bailed. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why that one. Maybe he wasn't connected all the way. Oh my god, it works! Holy shit! Oh no, he fell off. What happened? Did not detect a winning surf. Wait, how the hell did that happen? What in the hell? I don't know. Here, let me... I gotta do another test here. Okay, he's on? Yeah. Here, oh, this is gonna make it a pain. Can I just move him? Yeah, okay. So... Okay, I gotta pause it. I'm gonna move it so that when he moves, he's gonna hit this surface, right? So I have to like do it kind of like this. He should get interrupted here and stop and then detach. Boom. Oh, well look what happened. He tried to go all around it. Interesting. No, that makes sense. I see why he did that. Because he had remaining momentum. So he kind of like decided to go around. At least he stopped, right? At least he stopped. But we'll have to make a new rule that says if you encounter any resistance, then you need to bail out. Yeah, you need to bail out. And at least it worked. We actually moved him into a new collider, and he did stop. He didn't stop on a dime, but he did stop. We should be able to do this pretty quick. So action on interruption. I think this is only per microstep, so cancels the microstep move, doesn't move. That's okay, we want, that's alright. We're gonna make a new one here, so public bool cancel end move command on surface impact. when true, we'll end the entire move command, even if distance remains. We'll end the entire move command after the micro step that detected surface impact, even if distance remained to be processed. There. So, and we have to make sure that the default state of this is the normal intended state. So end move command on surface impact. That is not what we normally do. We try to process through it and to move around it. So this will be the different one here. In fact, it shouldn't be here. We'll have to do some other... Okay, I might have to come back to this one at a later time. We're gonna have to implement a system that can change the properties of the entire move. Yeah. We're gonna have to create the same thing, like this is for microstep settings. Each individual microstep kind of have its own thing, but we're gonna have to implement a move setting. So a move encompasses all the microsteps, and there we can probably offload that. Ignore these colliders for the entire move. We can probably offload that to those settings too. That's gonna have to be something done for another day though. I don't think I have it in me to do that whole thing. I want to make sure I have a clear head when I implement something like that, because I'm getting pretty tired now. Because I do not want to screw that up. I'm trying to think how would it work. Yeah, I'm gonna do that later. I have a good idea of how to make it work, but it's a whole process. So I'm gonna write this to Tim, and I'm gonna say at Tim, and this is a note for me. Add a move command settings. Move command process settings that has a list to ignore a collider for the entire move process, and also a setting to end the move command if any surface is impacted. Boom. And I'll see that tomorrow, and then maybe, if I feel up to it, I'll work on it. That's where we need to go from now. For now, we need to start not only having microstep processing settings, but we need to have an entire move step process settings, so that we can dictate rules for the entire movement, not just a single microstep. Because I was thinking like, oh, well, how do we just take these and pass these along to the next microstep? We shouldn't. Oh, excuse me. Dinner's coming back with a vengeance. Yeah, so... yeah, we're gonna just have to have another set of settings that works for the entire move. Instead of trying to push these into the future somehow, or having something here, it's like, oh, well, make sure this one gets pushed to the next one, or whatever. No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna deal with that. We're gonna make move command process settings, and that will be a whole other one that has only stuff that applies to the entire move. And then if that thing wants to command one of these to be pushed along into the future, that's where that's going to go. I'll try to not have them interact if I can help it. But I think that would be a good way to work. And we could have similar ones too, where like action interrupted, or on action on interruption. We could say try to do the entire move all in one go. I don't know what this would be used for, potentially, but... And if you encounter any resistance on any microstep, just roll it back, baby. Just cancel it, get out of there, abort. We're done. We do not want to move. Pretend like we never even moved from our original position. That would be a cool feature to have. Because maybe we could do a test that way. We could say, I want to do a move test and see if I end up where I think I'm going to end up. And if I don't end up where I think I'm going to end up, then no, screw it. We're not doing that. You know, you could do that with, no, I don't know. I'm not going to say that example because that could be misleading. I don't know the one that I was thinking that maybe you, yeah, well, I guess I'm saying it anyway, right? Maybe you could use it to jump up. So here's a common problem in games like this. What if you had this scenario where you have two overlapping colliders like this? Oh shit, I put that on the player layer. And Ricky is walking down this way. So he's turned around. Can we turn him around? There we go. Ignore that line down there. Yeah, just get rid of it. Okay. Ricky's walking this way and he stubs his toe, right? He stubs his toe and he stops. And say this is like a pixel or two. And he just stubs his toe and he can't move because, oh no, there's a pebble in the way, which is ridiculous, right? We can all agree that that's a ridiculous scenario. Ricky should know that this is a very short little hop and he should just get back on top of it and then go down. Maybe if you're here and you hit a wall, you could pretend to do a move to like go upward and see if you clear it and then try to like go down. I don't know. And that's what I'm thinking, maybe that's not a good way to use that. But you kind of see where like the logic comes into play. If you could clear it, if you move and you're unimpeded, cool. Go ahead and put yourself right there or whatever. But if you don't, then go ahead and roll back your position where it was and pretend you never moved. You could do little tests like that, you know? That's what I'm thinking. But I think that scenario perhaps is not best suited for that solution. However, I think it could be applicable to other types of things too. In fact, when I programmed this was originally meant for transitioning from one skin width line to another. We ended up not moving it because it wasn't the ideal solution. So there, whatever. So, yeah, I think this would be a good place to stop. I wrote my note to Tim. It kind of works. I'm not sure why it's getting impeded in some cases and failing, but, you know, at least for the most part, it seems to be working. And then it popped out. You know, this could also be an order of operations thing too. If one's updating without the other one, it's possible that it could be freaking out. This really only works if the triangle gets updated before the path walker. It could just be getting weird update intervals or something. I'll have to do a check on all the colliders to see if they moved in like a deterministic kind of way. So all the colliders have to check to see if they've moved and then report a move before the Pathwalker gets to do its thing. And this is really only checking to see if the position changed between frames. See, oh yeah, see now he fell off. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah, he fell off again. It seems like when big movements happen. No, it actually doesn't seem to care. I honestly don't know. Yeah, like he's staying. I don't know. I really don't know. He's staying. Oh, he fell off. He fell off because he was here. Get back on. There we go. He's back on. I have honestly I have no clue what's causing him to fall off. Because he's certainly staying on, and these are like huge, super gigantic movements. Like these are like rooms and rooms worth of movements. Like these are like entire maps worth of movements, and he's staying on. So I really don't know. I really don't know. It could be that maybe they're updating out of order. I don't know. Further investigation must be gotten. Yeah, these are like literally whole entire like game maps worth of traversals. And he's keeping up fine. He's not falling off, so I don't know, man. I really don't know what the problem is. It could be some weird situation, like maybe he's at a junction point and it only happens at a certain time at junction points. I don't know. But yeah, and it's a good stopping point. I'm actually really excited though. It's kind of working. So like cool, right? Oh yeah, I gotta write another note for what I typed to Tim about the thing I need to do next. If we implement this, we can stop the riding collider. I'll say riding walker. You can stop the riding walker at the point where we get any interruption, and then think about the next step from there, loading more custom instructions. In the current case, this extra instruction will be no instructions, just stop. But later we need more rules to invoke the concepts we talked about on stream. There. I think that works. I think that'll be enough for now. So the next step is to get, if there is any interruption on the way, that instead of processing all your remaining momentum, you just want to stop if you encounter any resistance and then cancel the whole move, and that's it. And that'll make the interruptions more accurate. Like, they technically work, right? Like, I can technically take this and, well, while he's getting into place, let's set up our scenario here. I can technically take this and I could move it so that it goes through that, and boom, and he hits it, and he actually comes off of it. He actually gets interrupted and he pulls off. But the fact that he continues to use that momentum to try to circle the cube is bad. So he has to stop as soon as he hits. So here, let's grab him. Here, I'll move him back around again, right? So as soon as he hits the cube, he needs to stop here. He needs to just quit. Right? And not do this extra little bit here. All the remaining momentum needs to be thrown out, and he needs to just stop here. And then on the next frame, he can start walking. And that's fine. That's what these new proposed move command settings are going to do. That's where we can say, hey, we set this flag. You encounter any resistance at all, you get the hell out. You just stop. Cancel whatever you're doing. Don't revert yourself. Just cancel whatever you're doing and call it a day. And then we can get those interruptions. And that'll be step 1. And step 2 will be this mess. All this crap. And if you want an explanation about that, you came in late, you want an explanation about that, you're going to have to go to the Odyssey VOD or the YouTube VOD and redo that. You can check the YouTube VOD in real time, which is handy. I wish Odyssey had that. Maybe they will at some point. Or can you go back? Let me see. Let me actually start the Odyssey VOD again here in real time. And let's go to current, right? Let's skip the current. It's freaking out. Hold on. Okay, let's go to current. Play. Okay, and here that's me talking about that crap. Can we just go back at any point? Oh my god, I think we can. Can we go back to the beginning? Let's see. In real time. All the way to the beginning. Okay, there's a limit. Yeah, they only let you go back for a certain amount of time. Yeah. And it doesn't really tell me. I don't have any context clues for it. It was not too long ago. Okay, so yeah, the Odyssey VOD will let you go back only so much in real time. But when I upload the full VOD, you can get the explanation on all this math shit. And then on YouTube, you can go all the way back in real time. So, it is what it is. So if you're curious right now, go ahead and rewind it. Once we're done here, you'll get that explanation. And that's it. I'm done. I'm pretty brain fried at this point. Pretty tired. Well, actually, let's put it this way. I think I could go... My brain is ready to go on, but I'm too tired to go on, if that makes any sense. If I was not tired, I could persevere through it. Because I have a clear vision of what I need to do next. So we're just going to cut it here. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We do have... I have a Patreon. So Game Dev Scrubs Patreon, that helps me in my personal efforts in game development. Check out that link. So it's in the main chat, or just go to patreon.com/GameDevScrubs, or just search Game Dev Scrubs Patreon. Helps me with multi-platform streaming, so streaming on Odyssey and YouTube and Twitch all at once, and Facebook too, although nobody watches on there. Very rarely. Sometimes we'll get a comment from Facebook. That costs money, unfortunately. So this helps me be able to go on all platforms all at once, and it helps me with Discord, keeping the Discord boosted with Nitro, and Photoshop costs money, everything costs money, right? So that helps me out a lot. And we have a list of patrons to shout out. We've got Alex Smith, Mugen, Nguyen Von Duke, Garen Johnson, Cameron Law, Varian X, Mike Cruz, Bryce Naglingam, AJ, Alex D, Omega Keo, Ben K, D Money 107, and LD Walker. Thank you guys very much. It helps tremendously for sure. Yeah, and here's the schedule. We'll be back. As long as I don't get food poisoning again or the Maximilian dude virus. We'll be back Sunday. We're going to be playing Hollow Knight. I'm very excited to get back to that because Hollow Knight is extremely good. And then on Monday we do more programming, but for a fighting game. Pocket Fighter EX. That's always fun. So come back Monday. And then Thursday again, if I haven't done what I was describing at the end here by the end of the week, and by the time we get there, we'll do it on that stream. If not, then I'll show you what I did and whether it works or not, right? It will get you up to speed, and then we can move on to the next part, which will be really cool. So we'll do that, and then Retro Mansion. Hey, and that's the perfect one. I forgot to remove the times up at the end. That was a perfect times up notification. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So we'll be back those days, and that's it. So I guess you guys have a good night. I'm going to as well. I'm gonna go right to sleep because I'm very tired. Well, I'm gonna upload the VOD on Odyssey first, and then I'm getting out of here. So everybody have a good one. I'll see you guys later, and scrub out.